Greetings, Mavericks and new viewers. Tonight, direct and live from the Maverick News Network World Studios. This is Maverick News with Rick Walker.
Okay, hello everybody. Welcome back to the Maverick News Channel. Special broadcast tonight. I think we're going to have an opportunity, and I'm sorry there's a coffee maker running over there, so you may hear some gurgling. That's what the sound is. I didn't expect that. Special broadcast tonight about the ostrich farm out in BC. Some infighting, a lot of stuff going on social media tonight. And we're going to try to provide a fair, balanced, accurate picture for you of what is going on out there with this controversial protest that is ongoing. And to help us with that, we have, I think, Katie Pisitny, the daughter of Karen Esperson, the farm owners, is going to join us on the program. And we also have the man who really kicked off the whole conversation. What would that be, about a week ago or so? Rudy Bruce, freedom fighter, freedom activist, who was originally part of, I guess, trying to raise awareness and even promote the event online. But as new information came to light, there were new concerns raised about the operation, and some controversy surrounding the whole thing. So we'll dig into it tonight. We'll show you what the controversy is out there, what all this infighting is about, and then we'll hopefully get information directly from Katie, who is the spokesperson for Universal Ostrich Farms out in British Columbia, where the government, through the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, still wants to move ahead with the cull of 400 ostriches because of a bird flu outbreak out on that farm that was first recorded back in late December, January. So stay with us. We will return after this and start digging into the facts.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News. Defending free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom.
Okay, let's bring Rudy Bruce in, freedom movement activist and the man who kind of kicked off this whole conversation. Thanks for coming back tonight, Rudy. I appreciate it very much as we try to dig into this story out at the Universal Ostrich Farm again, as the story continues to evolve. Cool. We have seen, I guess, tonight, some escalating infighting within the protesters out there, and I think the owners kind of caught up in all of this. What are you hearing from your end, sir?
Well, I don't understand why there's got to be so much fighting amongst people. I don't know what it is, whether they're trying to get the better end of the deal or what it is. I'm not exactly sure because I'm not there. But I mean, certain things are coming to light, and I mean, we're in a battle here. I wish I got a hold of Katie to hopefully come in and join us, but she is a very busy lady, so we're just giving her some more time here to come in. But I want to get to the root of the misinformation that is circling, um, that is coming up here and there and whatever. And let's try and get it out there so that it's more understandable as to what is what and what isn't and what all that stuff. I like to get to the truth of what is what. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what we're looking at in the show today. So that's my objective. My main concern, excuse me, is that I don't want to see these birds killed unnecessarily. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
if there's a damn good reason for these birds to be killed, that's another story, and that's what we're trying to get at here with regarding the truth. Um, I'm not a big fan of government, okay, and it's bureaucracy bullshit. So that's really where we've really got to dig into the actual facts of what is actual truth and what is bullshit. Okay, so I've invited Katie in. I hope she can get herself together. I mean, she's been in this fight now 5 months now, trying to deal with this culling aspect, and it's a very heart wrenching story when you
Yeah.
don't want to see these animals killed.
So just to
Um,
give viewers a background on this, if there's anyone out there who is not familiar with the story, the Universal Ostrich Farm was one of the largest ostrich farming operations in Canada. Uh, would farm the animals and would sell them for food right up until 2020, and then the pandemic came along. The slaughterhouses were backlogged. They had problems with delays because during the pandemic there were shortages of inspectors and staffing, and they had COVID outbreaks, with staffing, and so they had staffing issues, lockdowns, just all kinds of problems. So they couldn't get their product to market, so they pivoted to research, turned their facility into a research facility, and started conducting actually COVID research at the time, and other forms of research, which Katie can address again. We had Karen on in a phone interview about a week or so ago. I guess it would be about a week. So maybe Katie can shed more light on that for us tonight. And but then um, back in, I guess it would be around December, January, they had a bird flu outbreak at the ostrich farm. And while there's a lot of different information out there regarding the bird flu outbreak, we have confirmed that 69 birds died on the farm. And as a result of that, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, after confirming that bird flu is present on the premises, they ordered that the flock be destroyed. And the farm had launched a legal challenge to that to delay it. They managed to get a stay order, and that is what delayed the cull of these birds for approximately, as you said, I guess 5 months. So since January. And now as a result of that, now we have a protest that has developed out there. And I think we have, at last count over the weekend, I think we still have probably between 40 and 60 people in that range participating in this protest on the farm property. And that's kind of where we're at tonight, because the the judicial review of this whole situation came to a conclusion. The appeal to have this an exemption was not granted, and the court ruled against the farm. So the CFIA says they are going to go ahead with the CULL. And then there were other attempts to, just within the last few days, to have the local council out there delay, or they say they're not going to accept the birds at the local landfill unless they proceed with additional testing on the birds. But the Canadian Food Inspection Agency has now come out again and said, as of I believe yesterday, that regardless of what happens, they're still going to proceed with the CULL. And it doesn't matter what happens with that local landfill and the decision by the local council. So that's where we're at tonight, except that, and we might as well run this because this is just the latest fracture to come to light out there. And this is happening. Well, this is Queenie is her name, and she's a freedom activist, and she went out there to support the protest. But then, because of other information that has come out about how the farm operates, it's been controversial because people are learning more about the way the farm has been conducting COVID research, and even the way that the farm has in the past sold the ostriches for food. And as a result, there's infighting out there. And Katie, and we brought some of this stuff up, Rudy, the last time you were on the program. I've been speaking about a lot of these revelations on the program here as well. It's very controversial. And Queenie, as a result of, I guess, becoming aware of some of these issues and talking about them, they've kicked her out of the protest group. So she went live today and really started making a lot of waves online. Here's what she said. Let's just a little bit of this roll, and I hope Katie can come on to address all of this directly with us tonight.
So here we are again, needing to get out some truths. This world is an amazing effing place. The amount of corruption, misleading, the way they use people and pull on their heartstrings, it's profound. And again, heartstrings were pulled on me to make me believe that I was going to something that was for humanity. To find out, we've been snowballed. We've been whitewashed. And the worst part is that there's nothing we can do about it. Because whether or not I was standing there for the right purposes of these birds, those birds are going to die whether the government does it or the farm. And that's the truth. When I think back to Pacer and the hookers, and I'm just glad I had time to get to know what kind of birds those are. We're being misled. One of the conversations that I had when I first got there, the term WEF came out. And how it was explained to me, I don't know. It's amazing how people can get away with fucking using people's hearts and emotions for their purposes. I don't know if anybody's noticed, but some of the big names that are there, they're not even appearing on any lives or pictures.
She's talking about people who are in the freedom movement who have high-profile social media channels. I think she's talking about Ron Clark.
I warned them.
Some others.
I warned
I'm
them.
not sure.
Yeah, Sabrina, they're getting cold whether we like it or not. Whether I'm there or not. And this is what we need to realize. When I brought up the fact that they were going to be getting $3,000 a cull bird, right away I had a whole bunch of people just jump on me and say, but they're worth 15,000 or 20. No, they're priceless.
She's referring
What don't you get about that?
to the compensation the government will give them for the
Yeah,
cull
it'll
bird.
only be up to 3,000, I believe.
Yeah, right.
The fuck don't you get about that? These people were using them. Here I'm telling people, misinforming them that these aren't fucking used for food. Yeah, they are. Our fucking pacer, Thanksgiving dinner. Yes, there's research going on, but it's not the research that you might think it's for. You have to understand the big picture. They're trying to pull another Ottawa. Oh, we got bouncy castles and we got this and that. Why are you focusing on the camp? Why are you not focusing on the birds if that's what the problem is? I was spending all my time with those birds. Because I give a fuck. I truly do. This isn't about money. I asked for 80 bucks. I got 120 and I got there and I covered the rest. I donated to the kitchen and didn't eat. I had an orange and an apple or a banana and a burger. Oh, the next night and Colin made me a steak. I don't know, Leo. Hey, Christiane. And then we go do this little ceremony. And I'm like, this isn't right.
I think they had a prayer circle.
Paul in there fucking waving shit around me and shit. I got fucking sick. Oh yeah, Cryptomira, she sent a 25 too, so that was actually 145. Sorry, Cryptomira, you sent me money the next day. Thank you so much, girlfriend. Christiane, there's more to this bird shit than... And Pat's getting involved. Jane is sitting there telling everybody that Pat's lying. I'm sorry, but Pat isn't lying. Even though I would love to say he is, he's not. The information you're getting from Pat is facts. Okay? Sitting there saying that they're not going to oh, we don't need violence and all this shit. Colin's being very, very, very clear about the intentions. And the intentions are they're going to have a standoff. And I know this because it was the first thing that was fucking told to me when I got there. You guys need to understand what the real story is. And I'm not going to let you guys not have that truth.
Okay, let's just pause it there. And Rudy, I mean, this is something that you and I both had concerns about when we talked about this before. And that's that we don't want people to get hurt. We don't want people to be arrested. We don't want, I don't want people to get into trouble. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. And if people are arrested or possibly even involved in a confrontation with police, people could be hurt and they could end up with big legal bills on their hands. And it's pretty clear, and I've stated on the program multiple times over the past week, that it's pretty clear this is where it's headed, is some sort of a standoff. Whether they're saying it outright or not, it's obvious because the government has told people that they're coming in there, and one way or another, the call is moving forward. And then we've seen even the farm owner, I think it was Karen, pleading with people to come and surround the farm. The protesters also saying, that they want security. And they've talked about standing firm against police when they get there. And we've even seen some suggestions from the protest, I guess, front facing people that I don't know if they want to be called leaders, but there's certain people who seem to be leading this who have suggested that the police might even put down their badges and join the protesters. But they've said that outright. So I don't think Queenie is misrepresenting that information. What's your take?
Well, let's make one thing clear.
Yeah.
This is looking to be like an information warfare now. It's starting to turn into that. So the one thing we have to make clear to everybody here is that if the police do go in there and they want to carry out what they're talking about here, okay, that is going to happen. And if you get involved in standing in the way of the police, you're going to be ending up in jail. You're going to have a lot of trouble. You're going to end up with a lot of charges and the rest of it. Okay. So what we've got to really do here, as far as information goes, is get out the actual facts of what is what here. Okay. Regarding these birds. Okay. To begin with. Okay. Now, my understanding was that Pat King and some others, some legal beagles, from my understanding, have put together a brief and have sent it to Katie.
An application for a stay.
Right.
Yes.
Now, I talked to her about that. She has that. And I'm hoping she comes in here and can get into that a little bit, but as well as more information regarding these birds. Okay.
Yeah, and just to backtrack, just to even further clarify what's going on with Pat King, who I'm sure many people are familiar with because of his prominent position and court cases from the Freedom Convoy. He's still active politically, and I guess he has a team, some sort of a legal team that put together a stay application to again delay the cull by filing paperwork in a court, actually a federal court, I believe, in Ontario, and try to take the legal challenge a step further to again try to get an exemption and save the birds. And his position was he wants that to happen because he wants every possible option to be pursued before there might be some sort of confrontation between protesters and the authorities.
I like one of these comments here. Anyways, Anyways, I don't know who or what this legal team is that Pat King has or what,
Nor do I.
but the first thing they've gone through is a tribunal, okay,
Mhm.
which is a little different than what normally goes on in a court.
Yeah,
Okay,
and I should also clarify one other thing. Sorry to interrupt you again. He
sure,
sent that to the owners of the farm, and in order for that to proceed, because Pat King has no standing in the case, so
right,
they would need to sign it, and
right.
then he could file it on their behalf with his legal team. But so far, I don't think the
Well, no,
the
I
farm
think it
owners have
has to
signed
come
it, so
from.
I don't know.
I think it has to come from Katie and their
Right.
team. Pat King
And
has just put together the brief, and everything has to be done through Katie and their team.
obviously, and then
Yeah,
whether it's done through their legal team and you see, they already have a lawyer, and he was successful in court with the original stay, but then the ultimate decision came down. So this is another layer, and then this having Pat King get involved complicates everything legally. So there are a lot of things to consider. I don't think it's as simple as, well, why didn't you sign it? There are real serious issues, things for the farm owners to consider before
yeah,
signing any kind of a legal document. So
yeah.
these things are complex.
Yes, exactly. So it's still an ongoing battle. I mean, they 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 have the call order as standing right now. So it can escalate any day. Okay. So that is the other thing, as far as the people that are out there. I mean, the only thing, and I'm going to suggest this to you, that the only thing you can do is observe and stay out of the way. Okay. Do not engage with the police because you're not going to win. Okay. They're going to do their job regardless. Okay. You getting involved is only going to make things more difficult for yourself. And that's not going to win anything. You're not going to win. Okay. The only thing we can do now is try and get this back into court, if we can even get it into court, and proceed from there. That would be another stay order. And that would stop everything for now. So that is our best bet. But to go be out thinking that by going out there and engaging in the police is going to win anything, it's not.
Mhm.
Okay. You will lose.
And
Okay.
how did you get involved in the beginning?
How did I get? I just came across the story. Okay.
Uh-huh.
That this was going on. So I contacted the family. I contacted some of the other protesters out there, and I've been engaged ever since. Now, we sent Freedom Bus out there. I was very concerned after you told me the extent of the power that the police will have. So I turned around and pulled the bus out of there. Okay. Um, so the biggest thing we can do now is get it back into court because that's our only hope. All right. Not going in there and thinking you're going to stand off on the police is going to help. Okay. That is kind of the wrong approach that's going on here. And I think this is where a lot of these problems are starting to stem from, that people are getting misinformation and whatever information and passing out wrong information, whatever the case. But engaging with the police is not going to make any win. Okay. You're only going to get yourself charged and thrown in jail, and they're going to still carry on with the call of these birds. Okay. So that is where that's where it stands right now. Um, our biggest hope is to get it back into court, I
Mhm.
believe, and go from there.
Okay. And one of the things that people very concerned about is the information that we've shared here on the program, that they were conducting COVID research and they were injecting the birds with COVID antigen, which was developed by this professor at this university over in Japan, Yashiro Sakamoto. And we showed you that the other night. Here, I'll show you again what that is all about. And So this is the professor injecting one of his birds, and the ostrich farm started working with this professor who they call Dr. Ostrich, because he was doing all this COVID research, and they were involved in this along with a lot of other well, I won't say a lot of other, but other research as well. And that's the professor there. And that came as a big surprise to some people, although Karen confirmed that indeed they were involved in this research, and they were injecting the birds with this COVID antigen. My further research indicates that during the pandemic, they weren't able to get the antigen directly from Japan. So I believe the antigen was coming from a lab in Quebec, and then it was being shipped out to BC. And that's what they were using to inject the birds and then stimulate the immune systems to produce the COVID antibodies, which were then present in the eggs, which they were making available to the researchers. So that's kind of where all that stands. And that's why, again, Queenie is worried. Although I shouldn't say that. She's worried about a bunch of other things that she started to focus on here. And so
I was at the farm. I know what's going on. I know they have plans. I know the words that they told me. I tried to stay away from it because I was there for the fucking birds. I didn't camp with anybody. I didn't go to the fires. I didn't do any of that. I participated in something that Creator made my heart feel I needed to be a part of. And that was blessing the birds, which I did every day anyways, whether it was in a ceremony that was being plastered everywhere to make the farm look good. Do you get what I'm throwing here, guys? Hey, John. No, you're not going to see more ostriches. I'm not going to the ostriches anymore. No, there isn't, Christiane. There isn't a lot of people out there. Some facts that were brought up that we discussed with my team. Why do they have to pick people up in buses and stuff? Shouldn't people be wanting to go out there? Why are the natives not out there? I reached out to a couple of them and stuff. You have to understand what's going on here. Why are the same people that ran Ottawa sitting there fucking calling on another Ottawa down there? You'll never have Ottawa again, and Ottawa was infiltrated. What is that telling you? This shit is fucking infiltrated. And do you want to know why I'm going to go public about this, Kay? Because I have people in here and I don't care what the trolls have to say. When I left there and they knew I was fucking coming back, they claimed they had a council there that made the decision that they didn't want me there. So they had fucking Colin Rothwell call me, who was standing beside me at fucking Axe the Tax, call me and tell me, oh, Queenie, we did a council and you're not allowed here. Oh, really? Oh, really? So then I said, get the fucking owners to fucking call me and tell me. So one of the owners comes up and says, what's going on? I don't know. This is the first I'm hearing of this. Oh, you're going to fucking go and put the word out that you want everybody in their bodies because you're going to have a standoff, but you're pushing the real natives away. What does that tell you? What does that tell you about this farm? You get to pick and choose who you want there? So I'm blowing the whistle on them. I'm not going to blow the whistle on everything because I was told just to stand and watch and see what happens. Well, that's what I think, Leo. I guess we're in the Easter season. Yeah, Sabrina, the one and true person there that everybody was loving that was there. I asked, who's this council? Oh, you made a council about this, but yet I'm not on it and you made it about me? Huh. Now, I'll tell you something right now. Whether they did that or not, they knew that I was going to come whether they liked it or not. You don't fucking put out there that everybody's welcome and then you start pick and choosing who can be there. And then you have a council? Who's that council? Ron Clark? Freedom Goofy George? Colin Pedo Big Bear? Is this your council?
Just for a matter of record, the allegations of pedophilia against Colin Big Bear Ross have not been proven in court.
No.
Okay, so just
no. Queenie,
I didn't
Queenie
say it.
has
She
a
said
bit
it.
of a chip on her shoulder. It looks like.
Well,
I don't know how much of what she's saying is truthful or how much of it is spiteful or what. Okay, but I don't know what the exact circumstances are with her and whoever it was she had a run-in with or what the story is. This is a one-sided thing, okay? I reached out to Queenie to talk to her. She never returned my phone call. So I don't know exactly what is what with this confession. So I don't know.
yeah, I'm not going to sit here and endorse Colin Big Bear Ross's quality of character. Not in a minute. Not after what I know about him, but but I other charges we've confirmed on this program before related to drugs, but the pedophilia thing has not been proven in court as far as I know. So
No.
anyway,
from my
we want to be
understanding,
factual here.
I haven't talked to Colin Big Bear either, but my understanding is something, and I'm not even going to talk about what it was, got blown out of proportion and went on from there. So that's all I know, and there's
I
nothing
don't know if things are getting
substantiated.
blown out of proportion. It's maybe not blown up enough because this seems awfully big, Rudy. And and I think that as we've discussed previously on this program, the concern here is people maybe being thrown into a situation where they could get into trouble. And it looks to me very similar to what you had talked about with regard to the convoy with me before, where it looks like some people are looking for a photo op
That could be.
at the end of this, right?
That could be. Very well could be. Now, I reached out to Katie and I gave her the information to come on the show.
Yep.
I'm hoping that she has the ability to come up and, put to rest a lot of this information that has come out that is very concerning. We covered it on the last show.
Yeah.
But the end result from the government side was simply that killing these birds would be the avenue to take. Now, there's been some other farms that have created or gone into some serious allegations. There's a cattle farm in Saskatchewan that they say the cattle got anthrax. There's a bird farm that came under question about bird flu and whatever, and the farmer sold some eggs and he's been charged with selling eggs, for Christ's sake. So this is this criteria of what the government is doing is in fact going to harm the food industry, and we're kind of being put in the dark on this, okay, with
How
inadequate
is what this,
testing.
in what way is the CFIA's actions, in what way would that harm the food industry?
No, with their inactions of testing, other than PCR testing. That's the only thing I've heard of that they are using to test these animals. PCR testing was never meant to be a medical diagnostic
Okay, I
for
need to take a quick break. We'll come
determining
back and we'll
sickness.
continue on that in that
Sure.
vein of conversation when we return on the other side of this.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, we're back. So I'll just throw it over to you, Rudy, and then you can
Sure.
say what you were going to say there.
Yeah, PCR testing, well, the inventor of PCR testing stated that PCR testing is not meant to be used as a medical diagnostic to find out or determine whether or not you're actually sick or not. Okay? You can go 30, 40, 50 cycles and you're going to find it. Okay? And that is what
Rudy,
tool that the government used.
That's not I don't think that's really a valid assessment here. And here's why.
The inventor stated that himself.
Yeah, but in this case, that's not the only thing to consider. Because in the first conversation you and I had about this, you were under the impression, and you were told erroneously, that only 2 birds had died. And then I confirmed with Karen in her interview that that in fact 69 birds had died. So we know that 69 birds died. If 69 birds in a flock die, you know something's going on.
Oh yeah, okay. Let's not say that it didn't. Okay.
Okay,
but
in addition to that, well, okay, well you go ahead and say what you're going to say.
I'm saying that a proper testing method has to be used here in determining if they're actually sick. Okay, PCR testing is not going to give you that diagnosis.
Yeah.
Okay, you can have a cold from 2 years ago, run a PCR test at 50, 60 cycles, and you're gonna find that cold, okay, that particle, but that doesn't mean to say you're sick. Okay, the government used the PCR testing to manipulate the whole sequence of events during COVID. Okay, so that's the kind of testing that they did on those 2 birds. They would not tell or divulge what cycle they used to say that those birds died of this or died of that. Okay, so is it really a factor that that's what the birds died from? That's the problem here. Okay, they may have died from something else, right? And just said, well, that's what they died from.
Well, I don't think the assessment is accurate, because what I've uncovered is that in fact 23 different medical samples were taken, 23 different samples, not just like one sample from 2 dead birds. They took 23 to be sure of what they were doing. In addition to that, Rudy, they got 69 dead birds. If you've got 69 dead birds, right, you've got a problem now. And they're testing for a virus, and they took 23 samples to be sure.
Okay, but if they're doing other sort of testing
again and again and again, and they're taking multiple tests, okay?
If they're doing a different sort of a test other than PCR testing, they should be telling us that.
What? Okay, regardless, Rudy, you've got 69 dead birds, so something's going through the flock.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
But what really is it? That's the determining factor of what I'm saying. A proper test. I'm asking for a proper test other than PCR testing. You see? I want to get to the bottom of what it is, not what it isn't. See? How does cattle get anthrax? And how is it that this bird flu, what is it called?
Okay, let's stick to
get to so many different farms in such a short period of time. I mean, what is it exactly that's getting this disease to spread to so many different farms in such a short time?
Bird flu?
The bird flu, whatever they call it. How is it getting there? You know what I mean? Like, really?
Because it's highly contagious. It can remain infectious on even glass for, I think it's like 2-3 months or something like that. It can remain soil for months at a time, depending on the temperature. It's transmissible even through the feathers on a bird.
Well, has this been known to be? Has this all been scientifically proven?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
absolutely.
I mean, if this is if we're talking, where does this science come from?
From valid scientific research that's been conducted over quite a number of years. H5N1, bird flu. There are some people who just don't believe there are any viruses that exist, but you got to. I can't help those people if you're so dense that you think that there aren't illnesses out there. They're very real things, and that's why
they did studies back in the day. They did studies back in the day about transmittable diseases. Okay, and the findings were quite different than we were led to believe. Okay, so I tend to look at some of that. Research as well.
Rudy, are you going to sit here tonight and tell me that bird flu doesn't exist?
No. I'm not going to say that. No, I'm not going to try and get into that kind of a debate. All I'm saying is, okay, if we're going to talk about this, it's got to be actual stuff that is undisputable. Okay, actual science. Okay, now when COVID hit, they hit us with a lot of misinformation about how this works and how that works. And then there was other misinformation, if you want to call it that came into
let me ask you this.
as well.
You tell me then, Rudy, what's a valid test that you would accept as being valid for bird flu? You tell me what you want them to do.
I don't know enough about it. Okay, I'm not a scientist. Okay.
So they are, and they took 23 samples and performed various tests that would be standard. I don't even know if it's accurate for you to sit there and say that they're only using a PCR test. I doubt that that's the case.
Well, that's what they said they used.
Who said that?
That the people that were on scene at the time, they asked, or no, the mothers said, I believe, that they used a PCR test.
I'll check.
Okay, so this is information that needs to come out about how these birds are tested, what they're tested with, and the rest of it. Okay. I mean, when you're going to knock off 400 birds and you've got all this political hype going on amongst the public, okay?
I mean,
it's time for the truth.
Sir. I think that's what you're doing.
I'm not going to backtrack.
You getting a little
Because I'm
nervous
just
because you're
saying,
afraid some people are gonna call you out or not like you anymore.
no,
or
I'm not
something.
afraid of that. I'm just wanting the truth regarding this. Okay.
Mhm.
And in the past, the government has not always been truthful to the public at all. Okay. So I would like more extensive information
Mhm.
about this testing and about this virus, the whole 9 yards, okay, to come
Mhm.
out and really be explained to the public as to what is actually what here, okay. I think that needs to happen for sure. I'm not
Mhm.
100% sure.
How many samples would you be happy with?
Well,
And
I mean, they
because
only have to go
the gold,
after
because I'm looking it up, and what is considered to be the gold standard in testing is a real-time RT-PCR test for avian influenza, and they took 23 samples.
okay, 23 samples.
23 samples to be sure, out of 2 birds. Now,
Okay.
and then people are
Out of 2.
saying out of 2 dead ones, yeah. Well, you got
Mm-hmm.
69 dead ones, and they test 2 and take 23 samples.
Okay. But okay, here's the problem. You got 400 live ones, or I mean 499 of them
Mm-hmm.
that are live,
Yeah.
not dead.
Mm-hmm.
They've been alive for over 5 months now after being said that, after the government said, well, this is the way we got to deal with this. We got to kill it all. Okay. I don't really see the reasoning behind that. They
I can
didn't
give you a
test
bunch of
them.
reasons why.
They didn't test those other birds. Okay. So how do we know for sure that those other birds are sick or not sick? They're still walking. They're still squawking.
Uh-huh. I can tell you why. Because ostriches are naturally more resilient to the bird flu, including this variant, which infected them because they were able to identify the specific variant of the bird flu that infected the ostriches out there. And while we're being told through this narrative that these ostriches are unique in some way and extremely valuable because they survived the bird flu, it's actually the opposite. And I'll explain why. Let me show you.
Okay.
Um, it's because they survive that they actually become a bigger problem. Chickens, when they're infected, they die in larger quantities and larger masses because they're smaller and they are more vulnerable. Their immune systems, their genetic makeup just makes them more vulnerable to the virus. And so they are much more likely to die. An ostrich,
Can,
being much bigger and
can
more robust.
we just take a short little break? Short?
Sure. Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
short.
Yeah.
Short, just short.
Okay. All right. No problem. We'll take a little break and come back on the other side with
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
see Queenie is in the Queenie is in the house. She's over in the chat, and I'm sending the link out there so Queenie can join us and talk to us directly, which would be just fantastic. Come on, Queenie, click on the link and you can report me to YouTube if you want about talking about you. But I'd love to have you on here and we'll chat together. That would be fantastic. Anyway, Rudy, here's the deal.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. So the research I've done indicates that ostriches are naturally better able to survive the bird flu. They're also, because they survive, they can get healthy and they can appear to be completely healthy and exhibit no symptoms, but still carry the virus, which makes them efficient carriers of the virus. So you can be looking at a bird, it can be dancing around and still be infected with the bird flu virus. Now, a lot of people as well have been, saying that the Canadian government is also uniquely evil because they issue these cull orders when bird flu is detected on a farm. And so they'll say the Canadian government, like, terrible, evil entity. We have to do whatever. Okay. So that's not really the case. This stamping out policy is actually pretty much worldwide, including down in the United States, where it became something of an election issue because there was an egg shortage, has been an egg shortage in the US because so many chickens have been culled as a result of the bird flu and the number of birds that have had to be put down. And so a lot of people are like, Trump's going to fix this. Trump's not going to cull the birds anymore. In reality, even since Donald Trump has come into office, the agriculture, like the Department of Agriculture, the different government agencies for various governments, they don't have really any other tools at their disposal in order to deal with bird flu because there is really no cure. So they try to mitigate the risk. They try to stop these outbreaks where they can in order to make sure it doesn't continue to spread to other farms. And so even under Donald Trump, these culls have continued. One of the most notable was out in California earlier this year. And I believe here it is here, but it's not involving ostriches. It's not even involving chickens. It was involving another variant on the bird flu that involved ducks. And it's very much the same scenario, though, because here you're seeing that it's a strain of bird flu never before seen. And as a result of this, the H5N9 type of avian influenza, these ducks and this farming operation became infected. And a lot of them survived, okay? And as a result of this, they tested some of the birds, indicated that the virus was present within this flock, and they had to cull 119,000 birds at the farm. 119,000, not 400. Much bigger operation down there in the U.S. And the reason for this is that scientists have recently expressed increasing concern that a strain of bird flu could mutate into a form that easily spreads among humans, sparking a pandemic. This happened during historic pandemics such as the Spanish flu in 1918 and the Asian flu in 1957. This is from Scientific American magazine. And the reason they're concerned about these is that these ducks, again, are better able to survive the virus than chickens and some other forms of birds. And so as a result, they become efficient carriers. And so even though they can recover and appear to be healthy, they still killed them to stop it where it was because they did not want it to spread. And as a result, 119,000 ducks. Again, very, very similar to this. Here's the other thing about these ostriches, and maybe Katie can address this. These ostriches, we're being told, are very unique because they survived. But that is suggesting that these ostriches are like, what, the only ones to survive bird flu? and therefore we have to save these ostriches so that they can be studied?
No, I think it's the immune
That's what,
system of it's the immune system of the ostrich.
right. But these are not the only ostriches in the world.
No,
These
no.
ostriches, in fact, came from Africa. And bird flu is present in Africa as well. A lot of ostriches have been infected with bird flu, and some of them in the wild, and some of them on farms. Other ostriches have been infected. This is not, if we're talking just about the bird flu, there's nothing terribly unique about these ostriches having been infected with bird flu, other than they're on this farm. So if you want to, it's not to say that if these birds are culled, that it's from my perspective, when I look at this, it's like, what you're going to lose? What data are you losing, or what makes them unique for research purposes with regard to bird flu?
It's the antibodies. It's their immune system.
Yeah, but Rudy, there are other ostriches in the world that you can collect antibodies from as well.
Well, yeah, that goes without saying, but I'm specifically talking about these birds.
No, but we're being told by the people, the protesters out there and the farm owners, that if these birds are culled, we're doomed, and that they're stamping out what could save humanity. I mean, they're taking it to that level, which I think is frankly ridiculous. Especially when
I agree. I agree. That's to another height. I agree.
Yeah, okay. and that's so that they can get more people to come out to the farm.
Yeah, I agree. But in the meantime, I mean, in between time, to kill off these birds as an effective measure to stomp out a bird flu is kind of getting ridiculous.
Is it though? Is it?
I think it is.
Okay, it will explain why.
Well, because if you're looking at the antibodies and the immune system of these birds, okay,
yeah,
that's really what the science is all about, isn't it? To have an understanding of why it stops the disease, right?
Huh.
Because after all, they're not dead; they're still alive.
Yeah.
Why are they still alive? Because
for the same reason other ostriches survive, because of their genetics, and ostriches aren't people.
Right, and that's the science of it. That boils down to the science of understanding how their genetics was able to keep them alive and not die from a bird flu.
They may well still be infected, and they can be reinfected.
Is that true or not?
Yes, that's absolutely true. They can be reinfected. There's no first of all, there's no proof that they are healthy. There's no proof.
No, they haven't been tested, so we can't really say that.
And you think that they should test every single bird?
Well, I mean, they want to kill every single bird.
Yeah.
Why isn't it so easy to say, let's test every single bird?
Well, let me put it to you this way. Do you want to bankrupt the country?
No, not really. No.
No, me either. And I don't want to destroy the poultry industry. But
no,
if you set a precedent here where every bird has to be tested, then you're going to have to extend that exemption to any farmer that requests it. And so if you get into like a giant chicken operation, are you going to test every chicken?
Well, they shoot up every chicken with... Didn't you see that video about where all these little chicks are going around this conveyor belt and they hit this one spot and that's where they shoot this whatever into the bird?
You're gonna test, and it like, okay, look, you what's involved? What would be involved in testing these birds?
I have no idea.
Well, it doesn't take much to imagine it. So the CFIA, they have to hire veterinarians to do this work, right? Generally from somewhere in the area. And then they have to bring these vets in with some staff. These birds have the capability of running like 70 kilometers an hour. They're very powerful. And if they are infected, and there's probably with the way they do this testing, because they're all in an enclosed area together, and you have 69 dead birds, and you've now confirmed through testing that the virus is present on site, that the likelihood of contamination and infection among the rest of the flock is extremely high, like probably in the 99 percentile range. Now, whether they exhibit symptoms or not, they're highly likely to be infected. All right. So statistically, and especially when they're in close proximity and living together in close quarters, even in an open air
let me give you another
biolab
scenario.
environment. Well, let me
give you another scenario.
Let me finish where I'm going with
sure,
this. Okay.
Sure. Go ahead. Sure.
It's the reason you don't want to test all the birds is because of heightened risk, not just on many different levels. First of all, now you have to have your staff chase them around the pen and catch these things or corral them. So it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort to bring them in. You have to make sure that, they're all tagged, of course. So you have to write it down, make a record of which bird's been tested at what time, keep all the records, conduct a test on every single bird, have all the staff there to test every single bird. And while you're doing that, in case they are infected, all those people, the staff, have to be outfitted in basically hazmat suits because the virus can be transmitted to people and make someone very ill or even kill them if they come into contact with the virus, because it is transmissible to people. So you're putting the staff at risk to test all these birds in order to try to save.
Let me give you another.
I'm not even done. I'm not even done.
But I just want to make a quick observation note here. All the meat that you eat in the supermarket, okay? Are you saying that all of that meat is no way tested? Because that's a lot of meat.
Yeah, it's a lot of meat, but they don't test every. They don't test every.
Unless, so how do you know? How do you know?
Present.
But how do you know that meat isn't somehow contaminated? Unless it is tested before consumption. So, in other words, your argument is that we don't need to test our food because it would cost too much.
No, on the contrary, no. What I'm saying, Rudy, is that
bird flu is undetectable with these birds now because they're up walking around.
Rudy, let me finish, okay?
Okay, go ahead. Maybe I jumped the gun there.
If you've got birds living together and brushing up against each other and crapping all over the place and running in each other's feces, which is what birds do, especially in an open air pen, and they're all living in close proximity, and and the bird flu, which is highly contagious, becomes present in the flock. It spreads through the flock. We know that scientifically, empirically, we've seen it. They get sick. That's what happens.
You're saying that these diseases are being
if you've got now you've got, it's not like one bird got sick, 69 died. You've got 69 dead birds. You've confirmed through testing that the virus is present. So statistically, what do you think? 67 of them died from something else and 2 died from that? No, you've got 69 dead birds. They died from bird flu. You've got the whole flock exposed. So you're definitely going to have some of those other birds infected, probably all of them. Now, if you bring staff in, you're arguing that you want them to you want to pay people, put them into hazmat suits, spend all this money to run around and test all the hundreds of other birds in order to confirm that they're sick. Well, you're putting staff at risk, spending a lot of money. They could be hurt because the birds are so powerful. They could be hurt while they're chasing them around the pen. The people could become infected themselves because they're being exposed to bird feces. If they touch the feathers, even touching the feathers and get it on your skin, you can end up getting infected with bird flu. So you're putting human beings at risk. Now you're risking human lives, human health. People could get sick if they come in contact with an infected bird. So you want them to repeat this process almost 400 times, like 398 times, in order to confirm what statistically is already present. And even if those other birds aren't infected, and the way the process works, because the virus is present all over the place, it can live on glass, it can live in the soil. It can just be all over the place. And then these birds are running around. By the time you're done testing bird number 7, bird number 288 that might have tested, bird 7 might have tested negative, but by the time you get to bird 298, it may have picked the virus up somewhere else in the facility because the whole place is contaminated. Not potentially, it is. The virus is present on site. That's why you have to decontaminate vehicles when they leave the site. You have to have protocols in place for washing. It's a biohazard, man. It's really serious stuff. And if it gets out into the environment beyond the farm, and we know that that's also possible because you've got other birds like ducks flying in there. That's how they got sick to begin with, apparently. And if they can fly in, they can fly out. Now, if this stuff gets out and it gets to a neighboring farm, and those birds, as I showed on the program the other night, they're on a migratory route. They can fly up to 3,000 kilometers. So even though this farm, we're told, is like 100 and some kilometers away from the nearest poultry operation, we've seen that there are outbreaks in that area. And so this thing can easily spread to other operations.
But what we're talking about here,
so
what you're describing,
it gets worse, Rudy. If you give an exemption here to force the testing of all 400 of these ostriches, then the next farmer who has 10,000 chickens, now the virus becomes present at another farm, and millions of chickens become infected every year right now. So now you're saying, okay, then that farmer gets an exemption too. So now you have to start checking every chicken before you cull it. No, that's not practical. It's not practical.
Here's the other side of the coin. Here's the other side of the coin. Okay. First of all, these birds to begin with are not for food consumption. Okay. That's number one. So we're not saying that these birds are going to hit your dinner table.
Well, Queenie is suggesting otherwise. They were for food consumption prior to this. And I can tell you, too, that this operation has been in the business of supplying these birds to other farming operations. Okay. And I need clarification from the farm owners to know if at any time any of these birds or their offspring have been sold to other farms while this COVID research, these lab animals have been used for research. So were they being used as lab animals and also being used to populate other farms? Because the research I've indicated indicates that as much as 20% of all the ostriches in Canada come from that farm.
Okay, but here's the thing. Now, getting back to the point here, these are not for the dinner table. Now, you're saying that somehow they got infected, okay? And let's say that a wild duck came in there and it had...
That's what the farm owners are saying.
Okay, so let's assume that, okay? Just for shits and giggles, okay? Let's say that some ducks are affected. And they got into this pen and infected the ostriches, and so on happened, whatever. But the ducks didn't get killed or nothing. They flew away.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Okay.
Because they're wild.
So they flew away to hit other farms around the country and other places around the country. Nothing's being done to these ducks. Okay. All they're doing is flying around to all the farms and infecting all of our food supply. Basically, that's what you're describing.
That's why you need to stop this. You need to get rid of the virus on this farm so that other wildlife.
No, you haven't stopped the ducks.
What?
The ducks are still flying and they're free and they're affecting other animals around the country. Yeah, is what's going on. Your theory. That's your theory.
Okay. No, that's what we're being told, and that's an actual real risk.
Okay, so that's what you're saying, though.
Which the CFIA has identified as
these ducks flew around the country, are flying around the country presently.
They are, yes.
And they are infecting all of the food supply, is what you're saying.
I'm not saying they're infecting all the food supply. I'm saying that they
if they were able to affect these ostriches, and we've got these other outbreaks in other farms of chickens catching this bird flu,
Yeah.
This is the theory, right?
What's your point?
Okay, here's the point.
Yeah.
Until you solve the disease, you're not going to get anywhere. Okay? That's what this ostrich thing is all about. In order to solve the disease, you've got to be able to learn how to contain it, kill it, or give an
They can
inoculation
contain
to
it. They can
stop the
kill the
disease.
ostriches.
Hey?
The way to contain it is to kill the ostriches.
No, I'm saying medically design a vaccine or something from these ostriches
Well, they
to
need
be
time
able
to
to do that.
Yeah. Well, first of
That's
all,
what the antibodies are for.
first of all, none of the research that they're doing has
That's my
resulted in any
understanding.
of that.
That's my understanding. Is they are producing
Yeah,
an
this
antibody.
is the false narrative that has been portrayed to people in order to get them down to the farm, Rudy. That they're going to
Is
save
it a false
humanity
narrative?
with it. Absolutely is a false narrative.
An immune system is not a false narrative.
What?
An immune system is not a
Show
false
me the
narrative.
research right now that they've been doing that's going to save humanity with the.
Well, they're saying
Go
that
ahead.
it produces the antibodies that is killing that or
So do
stopping
ducks.
that disease.
So do
But these
humans.
ducks are going to
Humans-
continue to fly around
A
the
lot of
country
humans have
and still keep affecting the livestock.
Rudy, a lot of humans have survived COVID too, and we can study those immune systems.
Well, there you go. There, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Natural immunity or a vaccine that can help the immune system. That's what that research is all about. Now, these ducks are still going to fly around the country, and they're still going to keep killing off or affecting other livestock.
Not if you, only if they keep flying in and getting affected by birds in a open air biolab.
No, there's cattle. There's other things that can collect the same disease.
That's why they call this. That's why they call the herds and the flocks that become infected to stamp it out so that the ducks don't and other wildlife don't become exposed. But if you let the birds continue to run around in there after they've been infected, then every mouse, every rabbit, every duck, every blue jay, everything that flies into that open air biolab pen can become exposed. And the longer those birds are allowed to linger there,
4 or 5 years now.
What's that?
That's been going on 4 or 5 years now.
No,
so we've got 4 or 5 years of ducks and
yes,
and
we
wildlife.
better stop it. If that's the case.
But what about the already affected animals in wildlife that are going to affect
and
all
the
of the
longer
rest
you
of the
leave
food
it, the
chain?
worse it's going to get.
The ducks, for example, if that's what they're saying happened, ducks can fly a lot of miles in a short time.
What's the
and
again? What is the what? You're only confirming
I'm
what I'm saying to you.
They should be producing some kind of inoculation that will prevent.
Well, they're trying, but they don't. We
spread.
don't have right now. We don't have one.
Well, that's right. We don't have the research going on to do that.
No, they are. They're researching it constantly. It's ongoing. It has been.
Well, isn't that what these birds are for? That's what my understanding.
No,
was.
they've been Rudy. They've been using these birds they've developed hair tonic to grow your hair.
No, that's the guy in
face
Japan.
Masks.
That's the guy in Japan. I don't really.
Well, this is what this farm has been
science.
doing.
Yeah. Well, I would love to hear from Katie.
She's welcome to come on the program. She has.
I would love to hear from Katie to be able to explain this because she explains it much better than I do.
Well, how about this guy?
I'm not the scientist type. I'm just going on a theory.
Yeah, well, I'm not too interested in theories. I want to try and deal in facts.
Yeah, I would like to too.
And
I would. Let me try. Let's take a break. I'll try.
Well, how about we listen to this guy here who has concerns?
Okay, let's go ahead with
another
him.
protester, Kyle Cardinal.
They were meat birds. I used to be a fine dining waiter. I used to serve ostrich at a couple of these restaurants and stuff. So I get it. 2020 hit, and their distribution avenues were shut down, so they couldn't sell the meat and stuff anymore. So they turned over to a professor or a doctor from the Kyoto University in Japan and turned the birds over as research birds.
This is another protester who's been sort of excommunicated from the group because he found out more information and has become concerned. This is Kyle Cardinal. I don't know this gentleman.
Once they became research birds, so that everyone understands out there, if you're a research animal being used as a lab animal to detect for stuff, to try to figure out stuff, to see what works where, please understand that these birds have been injected time to time with different types of viruses and all sorts of different other stuff. The thought and understanding from the people on the farm is that they now have the antibodies to, I think they mentioned 4 different viruses, including H5N1. But that's gotten because they were injected with supposed said virus.
Perhaps, but
from a guy's point of
that.
view that doesn't believe that viruses exist because they were never isolated. I don't know. I've got a few issues with that. As soon as I got here, I explained to Katie my intentions, to Jim Kerr and everyone. My intentions are, I'm not here because I believe these animals have some miracle cure to save humanity, save the wildlife, and save the farm animals by using these antibodies to create other human medical interventions for the future pandemics. I don't buy that whatsoever, and I made it clear. My intentions are here to make sure that the government or small groups of people don't think that they can go around murdering our farm animals or anything. That's the basis of why I'm here. It needs to be understood that these birds, before the 69 of them died, suddenly they were injected with stuff. And I believe this is a microcosm here, you guys, of what has gone on in our lives over the last 5 years. A whole bunch of people got injected with a cure that ended up killing them, and what was purported later is that said birds died of a virus. We just went through that.
Okay. And I mean, that's another perspective on it. We do know that these birds have been injected on a number of occasions, and with this COVID antigen, this is cause for concern for a lot of people. You can have your views on what the virus is. That's the reality of the situation. Now, if bird flu is present, Rudy, would you want your daughter in there hanging out with the birds? Would you want to go run around in the pen and
No.
catch them? And do you want to be the guy testing 400 birds when you know that the virus is present?
Depends on the salary.
I guess
But
so.
anyway,
Yeah, but I mean, it's risky, right?
yeah, it's a risky business.
So what's more valuable, a human life or an ostrich?
Oh, I agree. But I mean, this, like I say, if we don't find a way to really look after the problem in a more suitable manner, okay, and I'm going to say that, then like I said, these ducks can go on to however many farms they want to hit, and that means wiping out the entire food supply, unless we come up with a method of preventing these birds from
Well, we need
to.
the task at hand at the moment is to try to mitigate the risk and stop the spread of this virus to other farms. If it spreads too far, they'll other countries will stop accepting Canadian poultry exports.
Well, one of the statements that
this could shut down in a heartbeat the entire Canadian poultry industry.
An MLA had made, he's on scene as well. He made a statement that
you know what? Here's the thing about these MLAs, though.
farm.
Okay, these MLAs, They don't know spit.
Yeah,
They're
but they're
just guys who got elected.
he said that they could wipe out this whole herd, go get another herd, put the herd back in the pen. Well, after, I mean, they've decontaminated, whatever they want to do. And then the same cycle can start all over again with the the ducks come back, affect them again.
So,
and there we're right back at square one again.
That can happen on any farm.
Yeah. So, I mean,
but it's not
we're
to
really
say that
putting,
it will. And if you don't want your birds to get infected, then you can put protocols in place to prevent them from becoming exposed to wildlife.
Most of these birds are kept I mean, chickens are kept in barns, chicken barns.
Yep.
They're already isolated from waterfowl.
Right.
Okay. And these chickens are they're going after.
It's not because the spread of the disease is not dependent on ducks or waterfowl. It can spread in a whole bunch of different ways. It can come in on somebody's shirt sleeve. It can come in on somebody's hand. It can come in on a car. It can, if a car drives over bird dropping or picks it up out of the soil, it can come in through even contaminated water. It can come in a lot of different ways. It's not just, it does not just from ducks. If that's your perception, that's extremely wrong.
It doesn't have to. It may not have to be just from ducks, but anyway, it does get to the animals or the food supply.
Right.
It's still affecting your food supply. Okay. Either way you look at it, it is affecting a large portion. It can affect a large portion of the food supply.
Rudy, if you don't have a cure at hand, we don't have one.
Then we're all at risk.
And you don't want to cull birds or flocks that have been exposed and you've confirmed that where you've confirmed an infectious outbreak.
If they don't find a method,
what would you do? What do you
like
want
I said,
to
if they do not find a legitimate way to control this properly, then this is going to be a bigger problem, okay, than what we're sitting here talking about, because this is we're talking about something
from culling the birds. What do you want to do?
Total research. This has to fall into the research end of it.
Well, that we are researching it, Rudy. In the meantime, until we have a cure, what do you want to do on all these farms?
Well, that's the only thing we can do is find the way of solving this disease. Okay.
Tomorrow,
you know what I mean?
Now, if there's a bird flu outbreak on a chicken farm in my community here tomorrow, what do you want to do with those chickens?
Well, they're gonna. I mean, that's a very dangerous question. Okay.
No,
because if we're going to kill them, if we're going to just kill all these birds like that, okay, without properly testing who is sick and who isn't sick, okay, you're talking about wiping out a majority of the food supply.
No.
Just like these birds, if they're not going to properly test these birds.
This policy has been in place for years.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason, Rudy, they do it is to protect the food supply. And while they're saying it's not working, it actually does. Because if it didn't work, our poultry industry would have been shut down years ago. By culling birds that become infected and flocks that become infected, you're just getting rid of it in a farm that becomes infected, because it's a contained operation. A farm, all these birds live together in like close proximity, sometimes right next to each other. Sometimes they run around in a pen, but they become infected. It's like if you get the flu in your house, generally speaking, everybody kind of gets it. It goes through your home.
Yeah.
When you send your kids to school in the fall, everybody gets a cold because the colds circulate in the schools. The kids bring it home. And then, when I had kids every fall, everybody got the flu or got the colds because they brought the stuff home. And then it would run its course because everybody's living in the house, right?
Yeah, all of the animals are treated that way. All of the
Okay.
animals, cattle are treated that way, birds are treated that way, all of it.
Right. So
They're all
because it's
close
contained,
proximity.
you know that you've got a bird flu outbreak there. So what they
Mhm.
do is they go in and they say, we've got an outbreak on this farm. We've confirmed,
Mhm.
we tested so many of them. You've got
Mhm.
10,000 birds in here. We've
Okay.
tested, I don't know, 5 or 10 of them. You've got 100 dead, 7,
Yeah.
5, whatever. We know it's
Yeah.
present. So we're gonna just decontaminate. We're gonna
Okay,
cull
so
these
what if
birds.
this happens to every farm in Canada?
It's not that's the point.
Yeah,
You
but what
don't
if
want
it
it to
did?
happen to every farm.
What if it
So
did?
you stop it
Okay,
where
what
it's
if
present.
it did? I mean, what if it did? What if it hit
That's
every
exactly
farm
right.
in
What if
Canada?
it did? You have to do what you can do in order to stop it from
So
spreading.
you're saying that the only way to solve this problem now is if every farm got hit
Well, what are
with
you
this.
saying? This is my
Well,
question to you that you're
exactly
not
what I'm
answering.
saying is this.
This is the
You're
question you're
saying
not answering. What
that
would you
if
do?
every farm got
And your
hit,
answer is nothing.
no, my answer is what you're saying. If every farm
Yeah.
got hit with this disease, a
Right.
disease,
Yeah.
okay, that you're saying is so transmittable,
Yeah.
every farm gets it. Every farm's going to knock off all of their food supply. Every farm.
We don't want
That's the
that to
extent
happen.
of what I'm saying.
That's what we're preventing from happening.
No, but what if it already hits every farm?
What if?
Yeah.
That's what we're preventing.
I mean, if this farm, there's other farms out there that have been affected. Okay.
Yes.
So who's to say that other farms in the next 4 months can't get affected as well?
They can.
I mean, how extensive is it going to get? How extensive is it going to get?
Okay, stop. Just stop for a second. Just answer my question.
Okay.
If you're not going to cull any more birds, what are you going to do? You just going to let it run its course?
I say it falls into research. I say it falls into heavy research.
Stop.
Yeah.
And when you're doing research, you might get a cure in a year. You might not get a cure for 20 years. In the meantime, when you get an outbreak, and you will, at various farms, when farms have an outbreak of this, what would you do in the meantime while the research is ongoing, which it's already ongoing?
I would say if you find these infected animals, then chalk them up to research, because we got to find a cure for this shit.
Research.
Yeah, send them off to the research farm. Start extensive testing and send them off to the research farm, because you got to find it.
Rudy,
you got to find a
you
way to solve
you have
this.
chicken operations with like 100,000 chickens inside. So what are you going to do with the chickens on the farm when you have 100,000 in one farm?
Send them off to the research farm.
They ain't got room.
I don't know. You got to figure out something.
You're going to transport 100,000 chickens from a farm in Ontario.
Well, that would give truckers a job. I mean, that would be a good job for truckers.
What?
You know what I mean? Truckers would love that kind of work. You know, I mean, it would produce a lot of jobs, put it that way.
You're playing games with me. Come on.
Well, I'm just saying, this can get very serious.
I am trying to be serious, and I need you to be serious.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to say
5 farms,
another theory.
500,000 chickens. You're going to transport them all to Universal Ostrich Farm in BC for
no. I mean, a research facility.
Transport every infected chicken. Come on.
Well, I mean, you take half of them or most of them or something and send them into research and start getting a lot of research done.
What do you do with the other half?
Well, you can kill them, I guess, if you got too many. Okay. But at least you're making an effort to find a cure for this disease.
You think they're not making an effort? You think they're not researching this? They are.
How many other farms are out there that you can call research? How many other research facilities are there in Canada that are looking at this?
There are many. There's research being done at universities and research facilities. They're probably there's an agricultural college right here in my community. They're probably researching it out there.
Is that in the open too?
No, but I don't think that it's a biolab, but they're doing other kinds of research. I don't know, Rudy. I'd have to check exactly.
I think we should look into that. I think we should find out how many research facilities are actually looking into this.
Of course they're researching.
You know, Well, I think that would be a good start to find out where we're at,
Well,
because we're
let me
talking
just
a
do a little
major outbreak
search.
here. If we got a major outbreak and you're killing off most of the food supply,
We're
that's a
not
pretty
killing
serious
off most of the
situation.
food supply.
Well, I mean, how many farms have we known that have come into this disease-ridden thing, and all of the animals are being culled? How many farms do we know of?
I think last year it was something like 10 million chickens had to be culled, somewhere in that range.
10 million chickens.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what about all the food that was, and this wasn't livestock, this was potatoes and all kinds of other stuff that was buried in the ground because it couldn't be used for consumption, because all the restaurants were knocked off and all of
35,
that. That was
35
a huge
million,
amount of
thir-
food.
35
Okay.
million in the US last year were culled.
Okay. So 35 minutes. So that's a lot of food.
Well, do you want to eat it if it's infected?
No. I'm not saying that. I'm talking about the right amount of
If it's
steps that is being
infected
looked
and
at
you
in
eat it,
research.
you can get it.
No, I'm talking about
If you
the
allow any,
research.
if you allow any of that into the actual food supply, people will die.
Well, we don't want that. I'm not
No,
saying
we
that.
don't, do we?
Okay. But I'm
So
just
let's
saying,
not be
how
ridiculous.
extensive can this get overnight?
As extensive as it has been over the last number of years. And if you don't do something to stop it in its tracks
Mhm.
by culling birds that have become infected or infected flocks, then you can guarantee that it's going to spread
Yeah.
much
So I
wider
think
and
more.
much farther.
I think
And
more.
then,
Yeah.
Rudy, I'll tell you this logic that you're bringing forward,
Mhm.
along with the stupidity, frankly, of some of these protesters,
Mhm.
this is what's putting the food supply at risk.
Mm.
If you don't do something, and they're doing what they can, if you do nothing, you're
I
increasing
think
the
we
risk
should be looking at what
exponentially
is being
of
done.
spread. And if
I
it
think we should be
spreads,
looking at what is being done. You know what I
I'm
mean?
looking.
I think we should be doing research into that and finding out how many of these farms are actually being affected, how much culling is actually going on, and the
Just
rest of
told
it, the
you.
whole 9 yards of it. Okay. Not just this ostrich farm. I think we should be looking at the entire scope of the food supply
Okay,
and what's
so
being affected and what's not, and so on,
bird
and
flu research.
how
Bird flu
fast this is
research is
spreading.
being conducted at several key facilities. I'm just finding it here now.
Okay.
The USDA Southeast Poultry Research Laboratory in Athens, Georgia. It's a primary hub for avian influenza research, focusing on poultry health and the development of vaccines and diagnostics. It has been linked to studies on HPA1, H5N1, with some controversial claims suggesting gain of function research, though that is not verified and appear to be rumors. USGS National Wildlife Health Center in Madison, Wisconsin is conducting research. The Center for Disease Control and State Public Health Laboratories is conducting research with public health labs across the United States, monitoring the spread of avian flu in humans, poultry, and other animals, focusing on viral evolution and human transmission risks. There are specific labs in California and Michigan. There's university research programs at the University of Maryland and University of Georgia, linked to the Southwest Eastern Cooperative Wildlife Disease Study. So those are the people that would be focused on spread through wildlife, like those ducks. Okay. Now, here in Canada, we have the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, National Center for Foreign Animal Disease in Winnipeg. They're conducting monitoring and research to focus on prevention and detection response in domestic birds. You've got the BC Center for Disease Control out in Vancouver. They are researching avian flu mutations, and they're developing antibody tests and antibody tests for human exposure. And they're studying transmission dynamics. And just down the road here at the University of Windsor, an hour from where I sit, researchers are testing water samples from migratory bird stopovers along the migratory route here, which involves Lake Erie, to track avian flu and monitor viral changes. They're focusing on its spread between wild and domestic birds. And the University of Saskatchewan Vaccine and Infectious Disease Organization in Saskatoon is conducting research. They're studying HPA1 and advocating for vaccine stockpiling to prepare for potential human health risks. So they do have some vaccines that they can administer to people with regard to this. And in fact, it was reported out at the farm that people on site there are supposed to be vaccinated against the bird flu, but I'm not sure that that's actually being done to remain in compliance with the quarantine orders and the conditions as such. And the Canadian Wildlife Health Cooperative, the CWHC, with regional nodes across Canada in Guelph, which is that agricultural college that I've been talking about. Now that's up in Guelph, Ontario, and the University of Prince Edward Island conducts surveillance of HPA1 in wild bird and mammals, collaborating with the CFIA and provincial wildlife agencies. And it's the University of Guelph, which has an agricultural college, and they have a satellite college in Ridgetown, Ontario, which is the one I was referring to, which is in my community. And so some of those people may be involved in that research, even here in my community, and they may be going up to the University of Guelph or back and forth or collaborating even over online. I don't know exactly what they're doing, but I'm not surprised at all to see that they're popping up here because that's certainly in their wheelhouse. And so those facilities all focus on understanding the spread, evolution, and cross-species transmission with an emphasis on protecting poultry, wildlife, and public health because we don't want people to get sick. And claims about lab origins of specific strains, well, a lot of that, there's a lot of conspiracy theories circulating online and so on. And we're trying to stay grounded here and just give you the actual
So
facts.
out of all of
to
this
sit there and
research that is out there now,
to say, Rudy, that we don't have qualified people researching this is just not factual.
no,
at
I'm not
all.
saying that. I'm saying asking this.
Yeah.
Out of all this research that is all going now,
Yeah.
okay, has anything come out in any of this research so far about any of this?
Yeah, well, I just told you we've already developed a vaccine for humans, which I don't know exactly how effective it is, but we do at least have that. And so that's a step forward. And there's other ongoing research. Now, what other measures that can they take? I think it's all in development. But this is also a virus that mutates over time. This is the problem with viruses in general. I mean, even if you're looking at AIDS, right? They don't actually have a cure for AIDS. And how long has that been around? The common cold is a virus, and we don't have a cure for that, but we have different therapeutics for it. But, a cold isn't going to kill you. So it's the common cold. I mean, there's an old saying, right? Like, good luck curing the common cold. What's the saying regarding around that? It's sort of like the mousetrap thing. Build a better mousetrap, and the world will be a path to your door. Well, it's the same thing with the common cold.
We were going to make this.
That would get rich.
Yeah, we were going to allow some people to call in, weren't we?
We were, but I'd have to flip over to the call-in portion, and let me
do that.
Take a little break, and we'll get that set up on the other side.
Okay.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News. Defending free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, we're back.
Yep.
Sue's somebody calling you there? Is that Katie?
No, I was trying to get a hold of her. I was phoning her, and I am not getting an answer.
Okay. Well,
it's a shame.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, just mute me here for a minute.
I'm just looking in the chat here, and it doesn't look like Queenie's going to be joining us. I don't know. Come on, Queenie, click on the link. Let's chat. Haven't had you around here for a long time. Rudy's on a phone call. I have no idea what he's saying. Let's take a little break. We'll give Rudy a moment. We'll come back.
You know, someone very profoundly once said many years ago that if fascism ever comes to America, it'll come in the name of liberalism.
Well, I think it's time we ask ourselves if we still know the freedoms that were intended for us by the Founding Fathers. If we lose freedom here, there's no place to escape to. This is the last stand on Earth.
You're back.
The entire world is watching.
Every dictator, every crazy dictator in the world is watching.
The world is watching. On TV, the entire world is watching. On social media.
But the entire world is watching, and yes, they are seeing what we have apparently bravely been willing to say that others are thinking.
Stand for freedom. Literally stand for freedom. Let's get this done. The entire world is watching.
We're at war with the most dangerous enemy that has ever faced mankind in his long climb from the swamp to the stars.
Maverick News. Maverick News. Maverick News.
Let me have more control of my own destiny.
The world is watching.
We're at war with the most dangerous enemy that has ever faced mankind in his long climb from the swamp to the stars.
Okay, we're back.
Okay.
Any luck with your phone calls there, sir?
No.
All right.
No.
I just want to
I
put
wish.
this in let me just put this in perspective for you.
Sure.
In the United States, approximately 9.5 billion chickens are processed every year for food.
Mhm.
Okay. And that's from stats indicating, I'm just reading here, 9 to 9.5 billion broiler chickens are slaughtered each year, translating to roughly 25 million chickens per day. Per day, Rudy.
Wow.
In
That's a lot of
2023, the U.S. produced around 21.3 million metric tons, approximately 47 billion pounds of broiler meat, with about 7 billion pounds exported annually, mainly as dark meat like leg quarters to countries such as Mexico, Cuba, and Guatemala. In Canada, about 1.34 billion kilograms, 2.95 billion pounds of chicken meat were produced in 2022, with 2,826 regulated chicken producers contributing to that total. In 2023, production increased slightly to 1.4 billion kilograms. Canada exported 138 million kilograms of chicken meat to over 50 countries, including the U.S., the Philippines, Taiwan.
That's an awful lot of meat.
That's a lot, Rudy. Now you get a bird flu outbreak in any actual bona fide farming operation, right? If you get a bird flu outbreak and you're looking at things on this scale, because you have to think about this in real perspective, true perspective. Right. We're trying to feed people with birds.
That's a lot of meat.
That's a lot. Just KFC alone. Kentucky Fried Chicken, or think of like up the road here from me, there's a chicken processing facility, and they supply all the McDonald's restaurants with their chicken products like McChickens and chicken nuggets and all of that stuff, right?
Yeah.
So if you massive amounts of chicken shipped in there every day, right?
Yeah,
So
not to mention
imagine, so
beef
just
and
let's be realistic about this.
yeah.
If you get a bird flu outbreak at a large scale chicken operation,
Mhm,
right?
mhm.
Are you gonna are you really telling me you're gonna take the time to test like 1 million chickens when you know that when
Well,
you
I'm
test
I'm going on the
instead?
perspective of how fast you're describing this disease to carry, and if it's in wildlife, okay, like especially ducks or other animals, or the way you describe it could be in water, it could be on a surface, whatever. I mean, that could hit a lot of the food supply. The
Exactly
way
why,
that the way you're saying it,
which is why you
okay.
need to contain it where you find it. You
Well,
need to,
I
you need to,
agree it has to be
that they have a
contained. It
stamping
can't be
out policy.
sold. I
What's that?
agree. Anything that's contaminated can't be sold
Right.
as
So
consumption,
that's what they're
right?
doing. They're saying this is so serious. It threatens the entire poultry industry on
I
that
have to agree.
scale.
Okay.
So you go in and you say, "Oh my God, we've got an outbreak here. We
Mhm,
test so many of the birds. We confirm that it's here. You've got so many dead. You can see that it's present in the building or on the
mm,
farm." And you
mm.
say, "Okay, that's it. Lock it all down." And this is actually, Rudy, the opposite of what happened during the pandemic for people. And I'll explain why.
Okay.
With a farm, you're identifying birds that are sick, where you've got a confirmed outbreak, you've got a confirmed contamination. All right.
Mhm,
So
mhm,
you're saying that farm is now
mhm.
locked down, isolated, quarantined, and you're going to decontaminate the whole facility so it can't get out.
Well, they
All
did
right. So
that
it
the
can't
same
spread.
thing with the mad cow disease. Okay.
Okay,
They
but
found one
let
cow
me let me
sick
just let me just
and it
can I
knocked
please
off a
finish
whole herd of
and let me
cattle.
finish my thought and then you can talk about mad cow.
Sure, sure, sure.
So what they do, and this has been the policy not just here but in the US as well. If you have an outbreak, you lock that farm down.
Mhm,
You test so many birds to confirm that it's present in the flock. You know then that the probability is like 99 whatever percent that these birds are infected. It's present, and it's present in the facility. So they call the birds, they call the flocks, they call in the veterinarians, and they humanely put them all down. And then they safely dispose of the carcasses to make sure that the virus doesn't spread. That may
Okay,
involve
the
isolation or
one comment here
other
says,
ways.
one comment says a chicken farm is quite different than an ostrich farm.
No. Just let me finish my point,
Sure, sure,
please.
sure.
That facility is locked down so that it doesn't spread. During the pandemic, I got upset, as many people did, because the approach was different. They were locking everybody down,
Mm,
including healthy people. And I
mhm.
said, that's not the way our emergency response plans were originally written. I didn't agree with it. A lot of people didn't. And that is not what they're even doing with these farms. Other farms continue to operate. They're not locking down all the chicken facilities. They're isolating farms that are infected and eradicating the presence of the virus at those locations in order to protect the other farms which continue to operate. Then once
Mm.
those are decontaminated and confirmed safe, they bring in other, they restock the facility. And with regard to the ostriches,
Mhm.
this farm has been selling those ostriches for food.
To
They were
begin with,
sell,
that's what it was.
right up until
But
2020.
after COVID, that became a different story, from my understanding.
That's what we're told, although I am seeing other documentation which I've uncovered here in the last day, which indicates that they may still have been selling some of these products or some of the ostriches and maybe sending them to the slaughterhouse. I want to talk to the owner to see if that's true or not, because there are documents in that I found today that indicate that some of the birds may still have been sold for those purposes. That's what Queenie is also saying in her video here tonight. That's what I'm hearing from some other people. I don't know if that's true. Regardless, the point is, it's a farm. It's not a petting zoo. And while they're being portrayed for political purposes as pets, and they've given these birds names in order to make people have feelings for them, it's a farm. This is livestock we're talking about, and we're talking about risks to the public. We're also talking about setting a legal precedent. So again, if you grant it, this is what the legal case, this is what the lawsuit was, the judge's ruling was about. It wasn't about what the current state of the health of the birds is, because they're trying to preserve the process and the policies in order to allow the inspectors and the health interventionists to go in and make sure that they have the ability to deal with these outbreaks in an expeditious manner. If you grant an exemption here, then it sets a legal precedent for all farms, including large-scale chicken operations. This is the point. If you force this farm legally through a legal challenge to grant an exemption and force them to test every single ostrich, you're going to have to do that for every single chicken in the country. You're going to have to extend that exemption to any farmer that requests it or demands it. And if they challenge it legally, they will win. That's why the government is challenging it on this front. And that's why they won their court case, because it's not practical.
Yeah, but these are ostriches, not chickens.
Yeah, it's a chicken. It's a farm.
It's an ostrich.
Yeah.
Not a chicken.
Yeah. So what?
Well, it's a totally different immune system.
They sold them for food. They sell the offspring to other farms for food. They go into the food supply. You make belts out of them. Well, and the people arguing for these things on a humanitarian basis, you know, the animal rights activists are trying to extend rights to the birds. The birds have no rights. People have rights, and we as a society limit rights to people and say you're not allowed to treat animals with cruelty. Right? Yeah. So you can't, if you put a bird down, you have to do it in a humane fashion. But the birds themselves have no rights. Okay. And so are you saying that how, and listen, man, like this lady here, let me, you go ahead and say what you want to say while I cue this up.
I think it's just a totally different immune system. I mean, we're talking about an ostrich compared to a chicken.
Yeah, and because they survive, they're more of a risk. They're like, do you know the story of typhoid?
It's a totally different immune system.
Right. They're not. That's sort of the point too. They're not chickens and they're not humans.
No, they're not. I mean, that's like comparing an elephant to a giraffe.
Right. So what makes you think
two different types of animals, two different types of systems?
There's a huge stretch, between there's a huge stretch, Rudy, between an ostrich and a human being. And to say that these antibodies from an ostrich are going to save humanity from bird flu or COVID, like, you can't just people expect you're going to inject an ostrich antibody into a human body. It will reject it. You could die.
Those antibodies have to be humanized. No, it would be more of trying to understand how it is that an ostrich immune system or antibody.
I can extend that argument to the ducks.
Doing what it does.
I can say the same thing about the ducks that survived in California.
Yeah.
I can say the same thing about the mallards, if they were mallard ducks that flew into the pen and were told probably infected the ostriches. So why don't we study the ducks?
Well, that would be a good start too.
Well, we're going to study everything then, right? So that's fine.
Well, that's usually how it works. I mean, you study a lot of different things.
Like there are people who specialize in that area,
Yeah.
who are already conducting research.
Yeah. I agree.
So,
I mean, that's where it should fall, is more heavily into that. You know, that's what I say. I mean, they've put these ostriches in as research.
You're still appealing to people on an emotional level with regard to this, because you're like, you got to save the ostriches because there's
Well, I don't want. I stated beginning. I don't want to see them killed.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'll say that all day long.
Okay, you don't want to see
there's
them
got to
killed,
be another
but
way.
you don't want to. There
What's
has
that?
to be another way.
There has to be another way to solve this problem.
Well, you
other than what we're doing.
Tell me what you want to do with the ostriches then.
Well, no. I say it has to fall into research to find out what can be done in line of research to develop
and I
a
showed
research.
you that research
a
is
vaccine
being done.
to
Research is being done at a
to
bunch of
stop
different
it.
facilities, like legitimate research, not research to produce hair tonic.
No, that's I agree with you there. That one was off the wall. That guy. I mean, totally. I mean, to put stuff into masks.
And
I mean, come on.
Well, yeah,
That's
that's what they're doing at
ridiculous.
this farm. So
I know. I see that.
And then as I've indicated before, I mean, there are questions that surround this, and maybe Katie will answer it if she chooses to come on the program and she's got the link.
I've tried,
right.
and
I wish she would come on, and we'll have a fair and
I do wish
balanced
she would come on.
conversation, legitimate questions.
Yeah.
So these birds have been injected with COVID-19. We're hearing that they've been used potentially for research for other viruses as well. We know that the researcher in Japan has been conducting research into other things like MERS and Ebola, and making a lot of, pretty substantial claims with
hair tonic.
Without research that has been, there's no no indication that these are even peer-reviewed legitimate studies.
Yeah, hair tonic.
Produce any of this stuff. Nothing has been FDA approved in the years that they've been conducting the research, and they've been conducting research already, Rudy, in this area, and they don't have a cure for any of this.
I agree, but I want to lean more towards a research avenue, a research solution to this. Is what I'm at. What I'm saying.
But the research is being done. But in the meantime,
I agree.
Now we have an outbreak.
Yeah, I agree.
The birds became infected. So you got to do something. If you don't do anything and you allow them to wander around in the pen, in the open air, and they're infected, then the next time a bird flies into the open air pen, they can pick up the disease. A duck can fly back in there and get it again. A groundhog, a mouse, anything.
I agree. We established that.
Any human being that walks through the place. So what do you want to do? You just want to let it run its course, because that's what we're being told. That's the alternative.
No, if they're doing research, then why not add these birds into the research instead of just killing them?
Because the research has been deemed to be maybe not valid that they've been doing. And I'm not sure I don't know if these birds have any actual value for research in this area, because they've already been used and injected for COVID research. Now, I don't know. It's not a proper control group.
We're guessing on that one.
And I can tell you too that there are a lot of questions surrounding whether this is a properly secured biolab. Have the proper protocols?
We're guessing. We're guessing.
No, I know. I do know what the protocols are, and what the levels of biosecurity are supposed to be for any facility that's injecting COVID antigens into a lab animal. It's supposed to be for that kind of research. You're supposed to have at least a biolab 2 classification.
Yeah, we need Katie in here. That's why we need. I mean, 2. I wish she would come in and give us some more information about
level 2
these birds and all this. That's what we're missing here, is a little bit of that.
Do you feel comfortable with birds being injected with COVID antigen and then just being left to wander around in the open air?
I mean, these are tough questions. Okay. I agree. I mean, they're pretty tough questions. And I think
questions,
she
I would
should
say.
be the one to answer him because she's
Yeah.
into that. You know,
Yeah.
I would like that. I think Katie should be in here to answer these questions and put the record straight as which way is which.
Mhm.
You know, I think a lot of our stuff is on a guessing level.
No,
And,
actually, I'm not really guessing about much because I've been looking into it. Like that's the whole point, is everything I've said, I've backed up with documentation. If I'm not certain of something, I will ask a question about it, which I have raised some questions, and I've made it clear in those instances that we need clarity in some areas. But where I'm making statements, I've backed every single thing up
okay,
with some sort of
we're
attribution.
we're going to take some callers now.
Yeah, so I have to send you a link to a different system so that you can
Okay.
participate in the call-in. Okay, so
Okay,
hang on.
we can switch over to that, and I'll give Katie another try. You know,
Sure.
and we can try that. So I have to leave this studio and go to another one.
Yeah, so let me get you the link.
Okay.
Or actually, what I'll do is I will email the link to you.
Okay.
Okay, and then you can join that system. Yeah, simple as that. Okay. Okay, sir, there you go.
Okay, I'll get out of here. I'll go into that, and I'll meet you over there.
Okay, and while we do that, I'll run the promo so people will know what number to phone to participate in this, and we'll see you guys on the call-in side. Here's the number to phone. Okay, Mavericks, it's call-in time. Join the conversation. Call 1-647-734-4220. Then enter the PIN number 860-075-764, followed by the pound sign. Exercise your right to free speech. Call 1-647-734-4220. Then enter the PIN number 860-075-764, followed by the pound sign. Call 1-647-734-4220. Then enter the PIN number 860-075-764, followed by the pound sign. Maverick News. Call now. The world is watching and listening to you. Okay, I think we've got a caller on the line. Who's over there in the queue? Well, hello, Isabel. Hang on a second here while I get you up on the screen. And I think we're just about ready to rock and roll with Isabel. There you are. And let me just, I think Rudy might be a little confused. Hey, Rudy.
Am I here? Here we are.
Well, you're back in on the original link that I provided. You'll see it from a different email address because it comes directly from the phone-in system. Look for the word Maverick in the email address, and then just click on that link, and it'll let you into the call-in system.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll wait for Rudy on the other side, and we've got another caller coming in. So go ahead there, Isabel. How are you tonight?
I'm really fired up.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why.
Yep.
This is going to be directed at Rudy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an animal lover. I have 2 dogs. Rick
Yep.
knows that. Everybody on here knows that. What you're not seeing here, Rudy, is if we're waiting for a cure to get over this, this is going to spread exponentially. It'll be too late.
Yeah.
So you have to quarantine what you have. And like Rick is saying, these are not pets. These aren't Fluffy and Sally. These are like cattle. They were sold for food. They're being sold again through this process of an open air biolab with nobody qualified to do this to these birds. These people are going, and she stated it herself, they're injecting the ostriches. They are doing it. There's no scientists. There's no medical people doing this. They're doing it. They're not qualified to do it. They're doing it. Now, all of a sudden, they're booting people off the farm that aren't agreeing with their protocol and what they want to push on the public. Mm-hmm. If you don't quarantine this, like Rick is saying, and call these birds, it is going to spread.
And there will be a lot more birds that die, a lot more chickens and ostriches and ducks and you name it. And it's spreading to pigs now. It's spreading to cattle.
Cats, apparently.
Yeah.
And where's it going to go? It's going to go to people. All these people that were around these birds this weekend.
Yep.
Have laid themselves open to carry this as HDCs, which is human disease carriers.
Yes.
Now, I'm furious because my daughter is immune deficient because she had severe Crohn's. Everybody knows. A slight germ would put my daughter in the grave. And it would do that to other people. So my question to you, Rudy, what's more important, a human life or a bunch of ostriches? I'm sorry, there's no comparison in my book. Yeah. There's so many people out there right now that could be unknowingly infected because these people went to this stupid festival.
Yeah.
And that's why, like, I'm off like a firecracker right now. And I'm listening to Rudy and I'm like, where is your common sense? You had common sense the other night. Now you don't have common sense. Yeah. You're willing to let it spread till they find a cure. I don't get it.
Boggles the mind. Who else is on the line with us?
Well, it's Dragon.
Hello, sir.
Hi, Dragon.
Hey. Yeah, well, you know, I didn't went to science school, but my teacher was a science teacher. They told us how science supposedly is supposedly done. And to give you a good idea, well, number one, these creatures called ostriches was not into a control.
Are we there?
Yeah, we're there.
You know, I didn't went to science school.
Okay,
but,
we're there. Okay.
So yeah,
Sorry, go ahead there, Dragon. Rudy's just joining us, so there's his audio's in the system. But you go ahead, keep on talking, Dragon.
Okay, I'm good now, I think.
All right.
Okay,
So,
Dragon's on the line with Rudy, so go ahead, Dragon.
Okay,
Those
Dragon, how you
ostriches-
doing, buddy?
Doing good, thanks. So those ostriches are not into what we call a valid lab. I mean, to be into what, and I love kind of my sort of train here. But yeah, when you are into a lab, you're supposed to be quarantine those creatures, and basically they're supposed to be held individually. If you're doing bio research lab like viral lab things, so this is one thing, and they're like in the open outdoors basically. So what's happening? You got ducks, like Rick have told. You got critters. You got all kinds of animal that can goes in and out, and those can propagate the thing to other farm by logic. And for those who says that if there's only 69 of those birds who's sick and the 400 are not, well, I'm sorry, but haven't you heard about the word asymptomatic, meaning that when you are sick of something, but not, well, you're not sick, you're just, carry something and you're not sick of it, but you still being a contagious person. So that's basically what's happening with them. So that's why the call needs to be done. And it's like, you know, Isabel said, it doesn't, you don't need much for that to spread around.
That's right.
That was one of the things that we established in the last show, was that they did this, opened up this research thing, and this was not a closed facility. So this
No, it's not a
became
controlled facility at all. It's not controlled. That's
right.
the word I
So
was looking for.
that became a big concern with the whole topic. I agree with you.
But do you not see the logic here, Rudy?
Oh, there's
People, but wait a minute.
there's
People
definitely
have
some
gone.
logic here. There's
People
definitely
have
some
gone
logic
to.
here.
But people have gone to this festival, like I mentioned before, and there could be some people who are immune compromised.
Oh, I
But
agree.
they've been brainwashed to go to this festival to support these lovely, fluffy little pets. They're not pets. They're not pets.
Yeah,
These are like cattle. Now, what if someone leaves there and goes and visits somebody who's immune compromised, and it can take a microscopic thing for that person to die, like my daughter.
Mhm.
Now, you're carrying that. You can be what they call a human disease carrier. You may never get it, but boy, can you spread it. So what these birds are doing right now, if you don't quarantine them, like Dragon said, specifically and individually quarantine them for testing in an enclosed environment, they've let them run free. They've injected them. But how many of those birds actually had the bird flu that they didn't know about? So unless you call these birds, it's going to spread while you're doing your research. So the research goes on, the birds live, they spread it like crazy. Now, instead of having maybe 400 birds that are sick, you might have 8,000 around the area.
1 million or
that's
10
sick
million.
while you're trying to find a cure. Take care of what you find, fix that, and then we'll keep going with the research.
In fact, it could wipe out the entire poultry industry. It could kill every chicken in the country.
That's right. I mean, that's what and everybody's crying because they don't want the birds to die. I'm an animal lover, but these birds were being killed before for food. I didn't hear anybody yelling, and I didn't hear anybody having a fiesta, to save the birds from being going to the slaughterhouse. Why all of a sudden now?
Yeah, you got a point.
I don't get it. What's the difference?
I know you got a point. You have a big point there regarding that. So,
and there's
I really don't know how to answer you.
And it's not that I want the birds to die. It's that I want to protect other birds. I want to protect the industry. I want to protect all the other chickens. I want to protect people. So I think that steps should be taken where they can be taken. What can be done should be done in order to protect people, to protect industry, to protect other birds, to protect the wildlife, to protect everything that isn't infected. So if you've got
the big mistake here, the big mistake here is that they were allowed, or I don't know how this whole research thing became allowed in the first place with it being open like that.
That is a really
that's a big
important
mystery
question that I would like to add.
That's a big mystery. That's a big mystery in itself. Okay.
And how were they allowed
how did
to
that
do
get
that?
to that point? Yeah.
And how were they allowed to get this virus when they're not qualified to get that virus to inject those animals?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, that's a good point we raised on the last show, was how did it get to this point in the first place?
Who gave them the authority for that?
That's the question.
That's
Did
a
they
good
have
question.
proper permitting? I don't know.
That's the $1 million question.
It seems like from my interview with Karen, it seems from what she said as though the CFIA was surprised to find that they were doing this COVID research on their facility. And that's why she said that the CFIA indicated that they would be taking their COVID samples with them once the CULL was completed. So they're going to confiscate the materials that they were using as part of that research. And I think that
Do
that
you
means that there's a further investigation maybe ongoing. I'd need to confirm that. These are other questions that should be asked.
Yeah.
and my
That's $1 million
scary thought back
question.
when we found this out that this was what they were doing,
Mhm.
my scary thought was, okay, say one person went rogue with that, COVID sample. Can you imagine what might have happened?
Yeah,
Where that
imagine if one of the even one of the workers, like a veterinarian or a veterinarian assistant, that comes in there to conduct these tests that people want done. What if even just one of those people, they get their skin exposed to the feathers on one of the birds on any facility where they have to conduct all these tests, and they get sick?
Right.
Is that worth it?
There
Because
goes
you're
the
demanding
pandemic
that
again.
every single bird be tested?
Yeah. Or somebody could use that for, a despicable reason. I mean, we've got a lot of people out there, their mind's not quite right, okay?
Yeah.
So what if they took that, one small vial of that, because this wasn't regulated, it wasn't a lockdown facility. That's my other thought. Where else could this have gone?
Mm. Well, the $1 million question is, how did it get started in the first place?
Exactly.
If that is the level of infection is so high, how did this all get started in the first place? That is the $1 million question here.
But you see, they're hiding that. They don't want anybody to ask those questions.
Well, we certainly are.
We are, but will she come on and answer those questions?
Well,
Probably
I have
not.
tried to get her
Mhm.
on all night, and I'm not getting any answer. I've done my I got her on the phone previously before the show. I told her how important it was for her to come on the show to answer some of these questions, because it's going into wildfire mode here now. So it was very important that she did come on, and so far we've gotten zip.
And it makes you wonder why. Now,
Yes, it
I
does.
was watching,
It does.
Yeah, I was watching a video of Jim Care, and he was on the farm, and I forget who was there. It was another gentleman, and he was standing beside Jim, and he made a statement which just blew my mind, because it was an off-the-wall statement, and he was laughing. Just remember, guys, don't bring a knife to a gunfight.
He said that.
I'm not in favor of them calling a bunch of people to that farm to stand up against the cops, because whoever does that is going to lose. Okay.
Well,
they're going to be heavily charged, and they shouldn't be promoting that kind of thing in the first place. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if some of those people, I'm not going to name any names, but the way they've been putting it out there, that some of these people end up getting charged with mischief, like they charged certain individuals in the convoy thing,
because they're pushing people out front to take the brunt.
Yeah.
But they're conning them in with the dream of save our little pets.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree.
And this is wrong. But that statement, I thought, why would you make that statement? Are you getting ready to get aggressive?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I thought there was no reason for that statement. None at all. And I thought, you guys are pulling people up there, and you're going to have busloads of people? Why?
Yeah, exactly. I have to agree with that.
Leave your job. Come on up.
It's totally off the wall.
I've been saying that for a while. There's a radicalization of the mind of the people through the polarization of all sort of misleading and misinformation that we get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. They're trying to brainwash you in with sympathy.
Yeah.
And then they leave you standing there when they go do their thing. And you're the front wall that's going to take the brunt. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. My eyes have been opened a lot before when this first started, and I thought, how could Rick be against that? Like, that's cruel. The more I listened, the more information I got. It was like I got a kick in the ass and a slap in the head, and it's like, bang, I woke up.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait a minute, they're doing what with these birds? So it's okay it's okay to experiment on them. Where's animal rights? They're experimenting. These are guinea pigs. And they're making money off the guinea pigs. But they're doing the bleeding heart. They want you to save our little fluffies. But meanwhile, don't worry about what we're doing, because we're over here and we're shooting them with shit. But they're our little fluffies.
Yeah.
That's what I see.
It's a big question. It is a big question.
It's a big question. But if you can't call these birds, it's going to spread until we find a vaccine.
Thank you for all the media.
And let's listen to Jim Kerr. We'll be fair and we'll run his.
Hey folks, live from Kelowna, just come from the ostrich farm. We went to the airport to drop off Mr. Sunshine Baby, who was here to do a piece on the farm. I want to thank all the media for coming out. Drea's coming back. She's full-time until the end here, as am I. Thank you for all the media. Hey folks, just want to let you know, whatever things are going on online, it has been a mistake of mine to address some of it. Not that I wasn't addressing it accurately or whatever, but I don't have all of every single like I've got all the main details, but I don't have every single little one. So what's happening right now is the family here is working with a group to be able to tell the entire story of the farm in their own words so it can be definitive. So I would strongly suggest, if you see negativity online, avoid it at all costs. Now get all the information. Don't make any mistakes here. I want you to be full.
What? I have to. So if you see any negativity, avoid it. Don't listen to that. Of course, get all the information, but don't listen to them. That's double speak.
Yeah, I agree.
Don't get both sides.
Yeah,
I agree.
But just make sure that the two sides you get are from our side.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Don't listen to anybody over there.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
I'm trying to provide balance here. Let's let him finish.
Fully informed. You need to know both sides of the story. That's absolutely cool. But when it starts negatively affecting your psychology, then you got to concern yourself with it. So it has been negatively affecting mine. I have to be honest, because I care what people think, and when I see things that I don't think are accurate, I feel like I want to address them. However, anytime I do, it just turns out that there's another 10 people attacking something different, and I ain't got the energy for it. We're too busy trying to save this farm, save these ostriches from government overreach. Okay, that is the whole thing here. So anyway, and to anybody that I've offended because I got all mad because you're involved in divisive behavior, well, I still believe that division is the enemy and that unity is the answer. But if I keep on dividing against those who are dividing, then I'm not really unifying either, am I? So my unification message for today is the Universal Ostrich Farm is doing a good thing. They've done nothing wrong. The government wants to squash them like bugs. They are literally playing God, okay? 400 healthy ostriches. They're playing God with these creatures. And we...
Oh, for crying out loud. Playing God with these creatures, and they're healthy. You don't know that. He's making a statement. He doesn't know if they're healthy or unhealthy any more than, honestly, I do.
What was it they said the other night? These people, if they come in and call these birds, are not human?
Right. I've got another clip I can run with regard to that, but we have another caller on the line here, too, who just joined us.
Hi, it's Brian Howell in Kingston.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, Brian.
Hi,
Brian.
How are you? It's an interesting show tonight, and compliments to Rudy and everyone.
Thank you. I'm just trying to be objective.
Yeah, me too, Rudy. You're trying to be.
I agree. Yeah. We're trying to pull out all the stops here.
But some things are self-evident, and facts are facts. So I have to acknowledge those and not just go along with the group think, right? And unlike what I'm kind of a different mind than Jim Kerr on this. If something is affecting me negatively, psychologically, I don't just ignore it. There might be a reason for that. I try to just deal with the information, but go ahead there, Brian.
One thing I'd like to know is, what are these experiments out of the Universal Ostrich Farm Controversy. What are they looking for? Are they studying microorganisms and mucus secretions from sick animals? What does their so-called biolab entail?
See, I'm not sure, but I think what they're doing is they have been injecting the birds with the COVID antigen, which is what you need to do to stimulate the immune system to produce antibodies. Right? You need to inject them to make the inactive virus present, the pseudovirus present in their system, so that it develops the antibodies. Then they're just providing the eggs, right? But it's the use of the antigen that requires biosecurity measures to remain in place, to be in place, because there are risks involved in that. And so there are absolutely certain protocols that are supposed to be maintained. I don't know what else they might have been doing out there. And it isn't clear how this research into other viruses might have been connected to the farm. That's why we wanted Katie to come on, for one of the reasons. Is one of the questions I had. What are you thinking, Brian?
I'd like to know a little bit more about these PCR tests.
The PCR
Now,
the PCR test from the scientists that developed the PCR test stated that you are not to use it as a medical diagnostic to determine whether or not you're sick or not. Okay, that you're actually sick from that particle, because you can.
Well, what is their threshold for these PCR tests?
Well,
I'm
you
not
can
really
run.
up to scratch on my medical science.
You can run 60, 70, 80, 100 cycles to find that single particle you're looking for, but it does not mean to say that you're sick from that particle.
The international standard, because I already looked it up earlier, is 32 to 35 cycles. And that appears to be what the CFIA was using. And as I said, the other information I was able to uncover said that they took 23 samples. So it's not like they just took a swab and that was it. 23 different samples, to be sure.
But like the inventor stated when he developed the PCR testing, was that it was never meant to be a medical diagnostic to determine sickness. So that is the big kahuna regarding PCR testing.
Yeah, I don't know what the cycle threshold is, whether they raised it too high or raised it too low, but I know a little bit about how PCR started.
Go ahead.
And are these not like a 50-50 shot, Brian? They're not always correct?
No, a PCR test, which stands for, I think, polymerase chain reaction. They're pretty accurate, and I'd like to relate an example, if I may.
Go ahead. Sure.
I'm a student of history. I'm always looking backwards, which is why my favorite imaginary bird is the ousel-finch, the bird who flies backwards to keep dust and trivia out of his eyes. So just keep that in mind. A lot of my research focused on a guy called Dr. Jeff Taubenberger. He's a pathologist, a molecular scientist. One of his pioneering pieces of research, I think in the early 1990s, is that he studied John Dalton's eyeballs. He was a famous doctor back in the 1800s and died in 1844. Always wanted to know why he was colorblind. So he donated his eyeballs to science, and then about 150 years later, Jeff Taubenberger studies these eyeballs, ran PCR tests, which were a fairly new invention at the time, and discovered that Dalton was colorblind. It was inherited, passed down in his genes from his father, who in the late 1700s contracted a bird disease. That's why I'm curious with these ostriches.
If I can weigh in on the PCR thing, I'm just looking it up here. And here's the deal on the PCR test. So The inventor of the PCR test was Kary Mullis. And Kary Mullis expressed concerns about the misuse or misrepresentation of PCR results. And a lot of that came out during both the HIV and AIDS debate, and then, of course, during COVID. And he argued that PCR is a highly sensitive technique that amplifies specific DNA or RNA sequences, but it does not inherently distinguish between active infection, viral remnants, or contamination, and emphasized that PCR results need careful interpretation and should not be used in isolation to diagnose disease without clinical correlation. For example, in the context of HIV, he questioned the direct link between viral load as detected by PCR and disease progression without other evidence. Now, some sources, especially during the pandemic, took Mullis's statements out of context, according to what I'm reading, to claim he said PCR is entirely unsuitable for this is the mischaracterization, saying that the PCR is entirely unsuitable for diagnosing viral infections. And that's an oversimplification. Mullis's critique was about ensuring proper use, not a blanket rejection of PCR for diagnostics. See, Rudy, when you're talking about this, it's like PCR test, not valid, not even, doesn't work, just ignore it. No, that's not it. That's not an accurate representation of the information. That's taking it out of context. So So Mullis died in 2019 before the COVID-19 pandemic, and so never actually commented on its use for diagnosing SARS. So is PCR a valid test for diagnosing viral infections? And the answer is yes. It is a valid and widely accepted test for diagnosing viral infections, including avian influenza, COVID-19, and others when used correctly. Why? Because real-time RT PCR, real-time PCR, which is what was used by CFIA at the farm, reverse transcription PCR used for RNA viruses like H5N1 can detect minute amounts of viral genetic material, making it the gold standard for confirming active viral infections. For example, at Universal Ostrich Farm, the CFIA used that technique, that method, to confirm that H5N1 in ostriches is there. And it reliably identifies the virus's RNA. Organizations like the CDC, other health organizations, CFIA use validated PCR protocols with specific primers and probes designed for target viruses. This is not like I went to a retirement home and they stuck a swab up my nose one day because I had to go in and I came back negative. But, you know, that's just an on-site thing. What these guys did is they took this stuff to a lab, Rudy, and they took it like to a whole other level, this PCR test. And these include protocols that include cycle threshold cutoffs at like 32 to 35 for H5N1 to minimize false positives and ensure reliable results. And they didn't just do one, they did like 23. They took 23 samples to be absolutely sure. And so this is where we're at. This is what they've done. It's not like they went in there with a cotton swab and just took one sample and then, you know, put it on some petri dish out in the field or something and said, that's it, they're all going to die. They took it to a very serious level to make sure. And so, first of all, they're positive that the virus is present in those dead birds. They know that they've got 69 dead birds. And therefore, because they live in proximity to each other, they're all in a very confined place, in contact with each other and running over each other's feces all day. You can be highly, highly confident that the entire flock has been infected, or at least a very high percentage of those birds. So this is where we're at.
How would this farm, if we know all of this, how would this farm even be allowed to do this kind of research, or even call it research, whatever the case,
That's
when it's not a closed environment?
very, very important question. And I can tell you this.
Well,
if someone
just
is,
don't get
I'll
it.
tell you this, Rudy, if someone is operating, and I'm not speaking about this case specifically because we're dealing with a legal question here, but if someone does operate such a facility without proper permits, you can face massive fines. You could go to jail for up to 7 years.
Well,
You know
that's the
what,
million-dollar
though?
question on my head, is that how did they get here to this point? If this was going to be the case, that this would threaten the the extent of what
But
it did.
this wasn't meant to come out, Rudy. They didn't want that information out, what they were doing.
Then
but they brought it out.
There's another
trying
question.
to save the birds.
Another question related to this, Rudy, and I wish Katie would come on to answer this one. Why were they fined $10,000 for failing to report a bird flu outbreak? Why would, and did they report it? They said, because they've stated this, they said they didn't think that the birds were sick because of bird flu, so they didn't report it. But they got a $10,000 fine for failing to report.
Hang on to that thought. I'll be right back. I can hear you, but I'll just be right back.
So my other question too with that, Rick, is if they didn't think the birds were sick, was this during their testing?
This was apparently happened around December. And again, I'd like clarification from Karen or Katie. Help, and they have the link. Welcome to come on and answer these questions tonight. But so here they are, they're operating. So I want to know, were they properly accredited? Did they have proper licensing? Were they really following proper biosecurity protocols while they were conducting this research with this COVID antigen? And then why, when your birds got sick, are you accused of not reporting the avian flu outbreak? What motivation might you have for not doing that? Because you said that you couldn't tell, you didn't think they were sick, yet I've also seen them say on interviews that they can tell when their birds are sick just by looking at them.
Yes, I seen that interview. She said she could tell right away just by looking at them because he knows them so well.
So you couldn't tell when they got sick, you didn't know, but you know. So which is it? You can't have it both ways.
No.
Did you hear what I said there,
And
Rudy?
I think
a little bit of it.
I think with what's happened, they tried to make themselves look good about what they were doing. That's why they brought out this thing that they were doing with the injection. Because prior to that, it was all about saving the birds. We never heard anything about the injections. Now we're hearing about the injections. It's like, but you got to save them because we're going to save humanity. And I think the cat came out of the bag. Now we're finding out, wait a minute, this wasn't done in a facility. This was open air. And I think that's why when people are going there that are not agreeing with what they're hearing when they're there, they're being blackmailed and pushed out. They don't.
Well, I don't agree with. I don't agree.
So why are
with,
they doing that?
Yeah, I know. I don't agree with that. I mean, them expelling people that are going in there to ask some pretty important questions.
Yeah, because they said before, everybody come and help us. But when you get there, if you're not agreeing, we're going to kick you out.
Let's just roll for a second. This is Karen. Were you involved in? Were you using your ostriches for like ostrich oil or food production before 2020 and the pandemic? Is that where you were?
Absolutely. We were all about, we considered ourselves the leaders in the industry, and we were trying to teach farmers how they could buy birds and that you would be able to utilize the entire animal and that you could make a living off one hen versus a cow calf. You get one calf, it produces you about 700 pounds of meat. One hen on a small landmass, half an acre, could produce you 20 yearlings to market. So now all of a sudden you're looking at 2,000 pounds of meat, and it's a healthier meat, lower in cholesterol than skinless chicken. The oil is amazing. It has natural anti-inflammatory components to it, very high in omega-3. We studied the omega-3 6 ratios and worked with UBC, skin cell replenishment, eczema treatments. So we totally were in this industry and have hunkered down in this industry to try and show that this bird was so valuable. And when the pandemic hit, we had 3 processing plants got shut down. We were just came to a halt. And then we were like, oh, man, what are we going to do? We have all these birds. What are we going to do? And this is when we started studying that immune system and realized this is maybe our calling, is to make sure that we could come up with a natural solution for treatments. We can actually do treatments for animals or people and start saving lives in both directions.
So that was, I guess, your business solution when so many people were struggling during the pandemic. And you've discovered, I guess, that this kind of research into COVID and avian flu, this sort of bio research that you're doing in your own way, is extremely lucrative as well. In fact, I think I saw in a video that Jim Kerr posted that just one egg can be worth as much as $90,000. Is that accurate when he said that?
Not that high.
Yeah, it seemed a little
valuable. Absolutely, one egg worth of antibodies. So we can mass produce them. One ostrich egg is the same as 100 chicken eggs worth of antibodies. We're 50% more effective in the tests that we did than chicken antibodies. So the value of one egg, we had heard from one scientist, had said, wow, because he was dealing with blood antibodies from a rabbit. And he said, wow, he goes, one egg, and he did the math. He said, would be equivalent to about $46,000 worth of antibodies.
Wow. So still pretty substantial. Of course, I guess when you were working with this researcher in Japan, you probably were working on some sort of I don't know how you were getting paid, but were there grants involved or international, or just?
We were just all in the studies of it. We haven't taken anything to market.
Yeah.
Like we said, the COVID-19, unfortunately, when that lab collapsed, unless we had what the antigen was exactly like their formulation to be able to duplicate it exactly, to reproduce it, because it would be really hard. So in that effects, everything has come off the 2 families. We've remortgaged our homes. We put everything into this ourselves to bring this science forward, and hunkered down and believed in this, because like we said, when you can produce a natural antibody to provide people, this is something that needed to happen. And so, no, we haven't had any grants. At the time of when we got hit, we did just put out a business plan because we were looking for partners to take the science further. But that's why we were working on a diet pill, because it was more of a nutraceutical with benefits for diabetics, but not therapeutic where we would have to do clinical trials or anything.
Yeah.
So we were just doing something that was easier to get into the marketplace so people could understand that we had these amazing natural antibodies to provide the world.
Yeah, and I'm told that even before you got into this level of research, you were on the cutting edge of your industry because you were involved in selective breeding and making, even supplying other farms with ostriches. Is that correct?
Yes, we were totally into, my business partner actually went to Africa and handpicked a lot of the genetics that came over to Canada. And then when the breeder market collapsed, there was never an industry, but the breeder market collapsed. We, 2 families, decided to hunker down and put our resources together and start to study the meat of the bird. because in the day it was 40,000 a bird, and so nobody would dare eat them. It was $1,200 a fertile egg. It was $2,500 for a day-old chick. So it was a very lucrative market, just as being a breeder market. But we always looked at it a step further. My husband, Esper Esperson, was the first president of the Alberta Ostrich Association for 4 years. And so we really got involved with the family there and understood where this was going. And then when the industry was getting to a point where it was slowing down, everybody started to export. And my sister actually went on to New Zealand with a large group of birds and did an export there. But a lot of people started to export out. We decided to hunker down, and we really stayed with the idea of we had a huge knowledge base, and we didn't want that lost. We understood the birds. We worked with some of the top vets in Canada on understanding the ostrich treatments and then hatching. And so we just didn't want any of that information lost. So we thought, someone's got to be the pioneer. It's been a long, hard road for us, for sure, being a pioneer in the industry. Would I ever do it again? I don't know, because it has been. But at the end of the day, yes, I would. Why? Because I once told my kids, these animals are going to give back something amazing. You wait and see. They're going to do something amazing in this world. And now they are. And we're trying to embrace it.
So the CFIA does offer compensation. Is it adequate?
No, absolutely not. A bird is worth $7,500 a piece, and they're offering, or they're not offering. They say they cap at $3,000. Now they say only special genetics might get. Well, no, even at that, it's only $3,000. That's the cap. They don't care what you have. They stop at $3,000.
I see.
So is there irreparable harm to two families here? Absolutely. Should they have considered that? Absolutely. Are they now committing a criminal act to come kill a healthy animal? Absolutely.
Wow. So I guess you've really been right. That's a bold statement. Are they committing a criminal act?
Yeah. See, that was the spiel that basically got me involved in the thing to begin with.
Yeah.
And without knowing all of the stuff that you brought forward in the last show, that turned my head. Okay, that was astounding that that information came to light, and here we are, right?
And we have to question, why are people being pushed away?
Well,
I'm really curious with that.
That would be to quell the conversation of that person, I would imagine.
Yeah, they've got questions and she don't want to answer them.
Well, that's pretty evident in tonight's show. I would have to say that. I'm at a loss as to why. I told her the importance of the show. So I'm very much at a loss as to that answer.
I think, Rudy, if you look back to the freedom, we've got to repeat.
Oh yeah, I'm beginning to think that there's something very much at odds here. Yeah.
And you know what, Isabel? Let's listen to this. And this is concerning to me.
FIA or the contractors coming in to just slaughter them. They need good people there to help support. And that's exactly what people at home can do. Or try and send financing. I mean, something like this costs money, right? To feed the people and help support and to feed these birds, right? So if you can help financially, I know when we heard about Dave and Lorraine in this situation, we got on the phone and we called all the people that used to be in our company, Canadian Pride Ostrich International. I said, Dave and Lorraine are in trouble. They need help. And a lot of people contributed. So we brought cash today along with cookies. goofs like CFIA or the contractors coming in to just slaughter them. They need good people there to help support. And that's exactly what people at home can do. Or try and send financing. I mean, something like this costs money, right? To feed the people and help support and to feed these birds, right? So if you can help financially, I know when we heard about Dave and Lorraine in this situation, we got on the phone and we called all the people that used to be in our company, Canadian Pride Ostrich International. I said, Dave and Lorraine are in trouble. They need help. And a lot of people contributed. So we brought cash today, along with cookies, goofs like CFIA or the contractors coming.
Okay.
So we've gotten, what is in the kitty so far?
Let's take a look.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, hang on a second here. That lady also, that's the short version. She said some stuff that was very concerning to me. Maybe I'll find it and bring it back, so I won't share it exactly right up now, but hang on. We've got another caller here. Who's just joining us on the line now? Oh, here we go. Who's on the line with us? Hello, new
Queenie.
caller. Queenie.
Oh, hi, Queenie.
Welcome, Queenie.
Hi, Queenie.
Right.
Well, they've given you a bit of a, well, they kind of booted you out.
No, they didn't boot me out. They just asked me not to return.
Same.
They were very impressed that I was there to begin with.
They were very impressed, did you say?
Yes.
Okay.
I had all the love in the world. That's what I'm saying. It's not what people think it is out there. It's not like I'm just, the things that I'm learning and then putting two and two together from my visit out there is just astounding, and it's heartbreaking. Again, I was sent somewhere where I wanted to follow my heart and where I believe creators wanted me to be.
Sure.
And I'll say this too, because I saw you wanted to make sure that my words were not taken by you, which was what I said about calling Big Bear.
Uh-huh.
I'll retract my comment. It's just that there's speculation from people that I know that told me the story about what's going on there.
Uh-huh.
But I when I get going, I'll just say what I want to say. Nobody will stop me, and that's what happened there. So back to what I was saying. I was there for 3 days.
Yeah.
Some of the things that now I look back and I'm like, okay, now this doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I was taken to Ottawa and I was the lead in the last convoy, and I was approached by my people that I was on the wrong path. So I separated from the politics. But you can't really go to something like this and not be involved in politics to a degree.
To a degree, it's highly political at this point.
Well,
It's
no,
very
no,
political.
no. I made it clear, Rick, that I was not there for the politics because I wasn't aware of what the politics were.
Right.
Because I wasn't following, because this wasn't my path. Until I saw Karen crying, she touched my heart.
Sure.
And that's what forced me out there. I came out there within an hour of my channel supporting me to go and started to dig into what was going on. That's how much and little I knew.
And talking about support, are you aware of how much money has been raised?
Yeah, I was told that. I'm telling you, when I got there, there were certain terms, and now I'm looking back as to how this worked and what was going on. And that was one of the things, was the money part of it. That's the biggest thing that I felt when I did cruise around the camp, that I felt was the pressure of this. It wasn't, oh, well, we need to come together and stuff. Like I said, the first thing that was brought to my attention was that this was going to be a standoff. That's why I was there. And I actually was there to make peace and not be like how I normally am, where you don't tell me what to fucking do. And if a cop touches me, I punch him in the head. I've done it live many times.
I don't recommend that, by the way.
I don't either.
Well, I don't either. I don't
Yeah.
either. But you touch me, you have no right when I'm there peacefully, and that's my defense mechanism from my life, Rick.
Yeah. So just to come back to the fundraising on the main website, $123,699
Yes.
so far. You have at least two other websites. One I think is up to almost 40,000. Another one around 50,000. Not quite 40. It might be like 35, 37,000. So altogether, I think you're looking at just funds raised, probably over $250,000 from the various sites. That's
right, and that was a focal point.
Yeah.
Wow. So was and then they used me to use the platform to call out Paul McCarthy or whatever that guy's name is. And that one of the other things was they brought up the WEF to me. She approached me she came running at me like a fucking bat out of hell when she found out who I was and what was going on. Yeah. And so then I connected with her. I gifted her a nice medicine wheel umbrella and believed in her. But her narrative that she was pushing was this WEF and to expose this guy that signed the calling order. So things were starting to smell fishy to me.
And are you aware of the references to all of this on the WEF website? I'm putting it up on the screen right now.
I was under the impression that the WEF was stepping in because they were using this situation to make themselves look good by making this ostrich farm look bad.
Well, I've shown on previous programs, and here again now it's on the screen, there is content on there promoting the work of this doctor. What's his name again?
Then that's what I'm finding out. So I've been lied.
Right there. This is the website. Yes. This is this page that's up, and people are saying that, oh no, Rick Walker's spreading misinformation. No, there it is. It's right there on the website, on the WEF website. And this isn't like it was on there at one point. You can't, it's on there right now. Anybody can go and find it. This is live.
And this is what I'm trying.
So
I'm trying to say is that we're being lied to.
Queenie,
and I'm pissed.
Hi, Queenie. What was you? How are you?
I'm fine. You didn't try calling me. I don't know why you said that. You didn't try
Facebook
calling
Messenger.
me.
Facebook Messenger. If you look on your Facebook Messenger, you'll see.
I did. There's no message there.
I can show you right here.
Well, anyway.
It's neither here nor there.
Wait, right here.
What's up?
When you were out there, Colin Big Bear, he was making references to everybody going out there. What was your impression of him?
I don't have an impression of him because I went out there to do creators work, which is get along and not fight with anybody. And here for once in my life, I kept my cool. I minded my own business, and they fucking made a council to kick me out.
Yeah, that's your profile, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if I go into messages, that's my calls right there. I tried to call you right there. See? I tried to get through to you through Facebook Messenger. That was my references to trying to get in touch with you there.
Well, I don't have that on my end.
Okay. So you went out there, you were out there for 3 days. And then you were making reference to the fundraising aspect of it. How was it approached to you with that?
I don't know, because I was doing my own thing, Rudy. I was fundraising on my own channel. I sent them money. I ETM'd. And what was odd was when I went to one of the owners, they gave me an ETM. And then I went to Katie and I told her that I had sent her an ETM because I was saying goodbye to her when I was leaving the farm and showing my love and stuff. And she's like, no, that's not where you're supposed to send the money. She got really worked up about where I sent that money.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I didn't understand. And she said, I said, okay, well, I'll fix it on because this is what I was using. And I showed her, and it shows it direct deposited to them. So I don't know what the deal is with that.
So the group BC Rising is involved. I think they set up the website and even the donation page. Are you aware of that, or do you know how they're involved?
I didn't talk money at all. I just heard every so often them trying to figure out ways how to bring in money because I wasn't involved in that. I didn't want to be around those people because I did have issues with some of them. And I kept that to a minimal so that I was proper while I was there.
And the concern you had out there as well was related to the idea that they're looking to have a standoff.
Yes. That was one of the first things that was brought to my attention because it worked me up. You know me. Come on, I'm ready for the best fucking standoff, man. Let's fucking go.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you know me. So then I got worked up. And I was like, I'll be the first one in there, but I was going to do my native stuff, not be violent or anything.
So are you saying that they're not...
You made reference to putting together a brief of injunction. What was that all about?
That's what I had been told that he was trying, because when this was all going down and they were doing the live, everybody was like, Pat's trying to get a hold of you. And so I knew that there was something going on. But what I had saw was Jane Scarf go on there trying to disavow Pat for what he was saying. And I'm a truth person. And even though me and Pat are at odds right now because of what went down, he is speaking the truth. He is telling you that that's part of one of their plans is to stand off.
So what you're saying is they're not really looking for looking out for the birds. They're looking for a photo op.
That's the feeling I'm getting now. Yes, I'm not about photo op.
Queenie, let me ask you this: why did you go?
Well, Brian, if you wouldn't mind, Queenie, can you please just complete your thought on that, because I think it's one of the most important things here tonight. So again, you're saying that they were looking for a standoff because they're not really that concerned. Their primary concern is not the birds. It seems like some people out there are really looking for the confrontation with police because they're looking for a photo op.
Yeah. That's the feeling I get from some of the people that are there, because they made a mockery of my traditional gathering. I was physically sick after. And I'm so glad I left, and I'm so glad that I came to, because I'm seeing more and more that, you know, like you said, you've been picking out things that Jim's been saying that he's been, because I think he's confused too, just as much as the next person, because they keep telling you one thing, but it's like the government, they're doing the opposite behind our back.
Go ahead there, Brian. What was your question?
Yeah. You live in BC, Queenie?
No, I'm in Sylvan Lake, Alberta.
So you drove like a couple 100 miles to this?
I drove 8.5 hours. Yes.
Wow, that's a long way.
Let me ask you this: why did you go? Why did you go to the ostrich farm?
Because I like I said earlier, I didn't know nothing about it because I'm trying not to get in politics, but I'm native, okay? And when you start talking about killing creators, animals that have properties that could help humankind, if it's done in the right way and stuff, then, you know, I have an issue with that. And I was under the impression, and I know that these birds are healthy. I watched them for 3 days straight. Healthy birds won't lay eggs and be happy and screw around and be as horny as they were, okay? That's a given. When you're not healthy, if you were really out, yes, I know they can carry the virus.
I don't want to know how you know they were horny. I don't want to know.
Because I caught them by accident on my live. I was watching them.
You're supposed to look a little away, Queenie, and give them a little privacy.
Yeah,
well,
that's what I would
get them a room
privacy than when they hop on the hooker that's in front of your camera. I didn't know what was going on.
But obviously, it sounds like you have it sounds like you're politically committed and you have a social conscience. Sure, if you feel like going to a protest something else, like join a hands-off demo. You know, there's a few
No,
of those
I'm
in
not.
Calgary, Edmonton, Red Deer.
I can
I'm not.
attest to what Queenie's saying, that she went there with emotion, and that whole thing, even myself got involved with emotion. We
Right.
sent the Freedom Bus down there with emotion because that's how it was explained. And,
That's right.
you know, it was explained in a very certain way that it made you want to get involved, okay, because
Yep.
of the pulling of the heartstring. And then once you start to find out the other side of this, then you start to shake your head and you say, well, what have I just done? You know,
Yeah,
what
and
have I
that's
gotten
exactly
into?
where I'm at.
Yeah, what have I gotten into? What did I just do? Is what happened here. It's not it was a very human emotion that struck this all off, you know.
Yes. And I'm
I have to
very
agree.
upset at what I'm finding out. And because, like I told you, I jumped on this not knowing, because I'm not trying to be political. I'm
Yeah.
trying to go my native route to bring our native people back together so we can help you guys in the end. Okay? Because you're going to look up to us. And I was told to just watch and see what happens. But my heart pulled me there.
Yeah.
And
Mine
as
too.
soon as they called me and told me they made a council, that was verification right there what was going on.
Yeah, mine too. I have to agree with Queenie there on that, because that's how all that money's been raised. I mean, it's pulls at your heartstrings that these birds are on the chopping block, and they look pretty healthy in the cameras, and the statements
And
that
they're the
they're
best.
healthy, and the whole bit. It just really rips you apart. I mean, when they're faced with what they're faced with. And it's not their fault. It's not their fault. You know,
Can you tell me, Rudy, where did they get their medical degrees?
I don't know.
Johns
I haven't.
Hopkins
That's the big question.
or
As
U of
to
T or what?
that's the big question. Where did they get a medical degree? Because I don't know they've got one.
They don't.
You know, they don't. Not to my knowledge.
No, they don't.
So
then they shouldn't really be talking about biologics and.
Well, this is the big question. That's the $1 million question. That's the $1 million question: is how did they get involved in this? How did this all come together that they could claim research on this? That's the $1 million question.
I will tell you that Farrell, who's there, has been working. He came from South Africa and worked with these animals. So that's where a little bit of their research. This man is an older man, beautiful man. And I think that's where some of this comes from, is they're entrusting in Farrell, who's been working with these animals since he was like knee high.
Yeah.
But it still doesn't take away from the fact that there's more going on here in the background than what they're fucking portraying. And that's what pisses me off.
What more do you think is going on, Queenie?
Just it's about money and shit. That's what it's about. Why
were they
do we
selling
have
merchandise out there?
Yes.
Who was selling merchandise?
I'm so glad I didn't fucking get any, and I was right in there, like I was with everything else.
Who was selling merchandise?
I can't remember. There was a couple that was from BC, and they were selling. I was trying to find something with the date and me being there, like with the ostrich date and stuff. But there was a disobey, and I don't know who those people were. But as the day went on, like, it turned into this big party. I don't understand what the fuck that was.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
This
I mean, there was booze. There was booze out there.
Oh, they were all hammered every night.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, the ones that were sitting out. I shouldn't say they all. I blanket that. Sorry, I'll retract that. The ones that were sitting out at the fire until 3, 4, 5 in the morning were definitely under drink. They were drinking.
Okay. So it was a party.
Not that that matters. It's just this isn't a fucking
but there was
party.
a party for some. Yeah, this was a party.
Like this is every night there was a fucking party.
No, okay.
I was sitting there till I couldn't see on my screen anymore with those birds.
Yeah.
And then I went
your
to bed.
concern was that. Your concern was the ostriches. Yeah. I get that. Yeah.
And they're all jumping on me, telling me I'm wrong and I'm the piece of shit and everything. When I was doing what I thought I needed to do and then ended up finding out certain things.
Right.
When you say certain things, what are you referring to?
Like that this is more about money because those birds are going to be dead whether we like it or not. So this isn't an activist thing anymore. This is a distraction from what's going on with the fucking waxes that they're pushing on our kids right now with these measles and mumps and rubella.
Well,
you want the truth, that's the truth.
Okay. Well, that's a lot to uncover.
That's what this is about. And you're going quiet because you know I'm right. Everybody's all over here in BC trying to decide what they feel about these ostriches and everything, not worrying about what's going on in Quebec.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in Quebec right now, as a matter of fact.
You betcha.
I can tell you that.
Yeah, I know. That's another story.
Yeah, that's another
for sure.
show.
Yeah, that's for the next show. But holy moly. What are your thoughts, Rick?
I went there on, yeah, go ahead.
There were, I think they had a list of rules and things for, for the people
right in the middle of our ceremony. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see it. So just, can you tell people about that?
So Colin approached me, and even though I have my indifferent feelings about what I think about him or how I feel about him, I was putting that aside. So we had come together and said, would you like to open Ostrich Fest with me and do a ceremony? And I said, sure, I got to leave right after, though, because I have an 8.5-hour drive home. And I was starting to not feel good about the situation. And so, and I had to be back. My brother passed away. So,
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that, Queenie.
Yeah, that's neither here nor there. Anyway, so I had to leave and we did the ceremony. Well, I was taught that there were certain ways to do ceremony. And so we're starting ceremony and they're drumming. And then all of a sudden I'm thinking, okay, in our culture, the women come first. Okay. So I was there and I was willing to bless the 4 directions and give my ceremonial from the bundle I got from via Plan Mother Nancy and laid it on the ground. He starts stepping on it and they're drumming, and then all of a sudden they stop the drumming to have her come out and start dictating what the rules are of the farm. What the fuck was that?
Who came out?
Katie.
Oh. Wow.
Right in the middle of us doing a ceremony, I looked at Colin and I said, why are we doing rules in the middle of our ceremony?
Wow.
And then he just tried to shut me up a couple of times. So then I was just like, I said, I'm out of here, man. I'm fucking out of here. And then I knew. And then after that, I was like, you wait. If I get kicked out of here, then that's my answer. And it came.
Wow. Crazy.
So with
meanwhile, he's hugging me and trying to tell me he loves me on the way out and shit. Just like a fucking Freedom George bullshit he pulled with me at Axe Attack.
So how were you able to interact with the birds? Tell me about your experience.
They were beautiful. We weren't allowed to come near them. Like, we were quarantined. And that was the other thing. I was live, and one of the people that was in the house was walking on the fucking grass in front of my live when it says nobody on the grass because they're quarantined, and put that out there and said, don't go near the birds because we'll get a $250,000 fine and 6 years or 6 months in jail. This girl, because she was in the house, I said something to her, like nicely, because I know people watch my live. And I said, you're not allowed to go on the grass. And she turned, she looked at me, and she put her hand up and she said, I'm fine.
Jesus.
I was like, whoa, okay. So then when the next truck came by and I let them through, I pointed at her like she's on my live and could put this farm in jeopardy. So I went something, and then all of a sudden people were jumping on me because I said something. I could feel the tension start going when I was trying to protect that farm.
There was somebody, I think it was Jim Kerr, might have been somebody else, but somebody indicated that the CFIA or there, in any event, as part of the quarantine, there was also a vaccination order issued requiring anybody on the facility to be vaccinated against bird flu. Was there any reference to that while you were there?
No, I never heard that.
Yeah, it
Where
wasn't
the
one
hell
of the
did you
lives.
hear that?
It was one of the lives that was done. I think it was Jim Kerr, but I could be wrong. It could have been somebody else. It was either him or Colin, but I think it was Jim.
I don't know this stuff, Rick. I told you I started looking into it the day before I showed up there. I'm not into this politic bullshit.
Yeah.
It's all garbage. We need to start over and we need to come together. And until we do that, I don't involve. So that's news to me. I never heard that. No.
Mm-hmm. And
it was
did anybody ever tell you that
how
these birds had been injected with
nope,
with
they didn't tell me that either.
COVID-19 pseudovirus antigen genetically
Nope,
engineered by this doctor in Japan?
No, I'm learning that from you. And like I said, the focus was money and standoff and the plans, the different plans they had for when they moved in.
And where is this money flowing? Who's receiving this money?
I don't know anymore.
Because there are like at least 3 different websites operating, collecting money. A Give, Send, Go.
And they go up and down.
Yeah, it's just, and this BC Rising group is involved. I'm wondering how the money's being split up, distributed. I also noticed in the, I believe the terms of donation indicate that they can just use it for operational costs, which means they can pretty much use it for anything.
Yeah. And I don't know, like I said, I was shocked when I had sent my ETM from the little gift that was sent through my channel. And then I was like told, nope, that's not the right one. And I'm like, oh, whoa.
Crazy.
Like, it was just, yeah. So I don't know, honestly, Rick, I don't know what is the real deal. All I know is that everything, like I know what I told you guys, that it was a focus of the WEF to find out that they're actually working with them. And that the people that are involved in it, it's just another Ottawa.
And Colin Big Bear also indicated in one of his lives that they want to turn this into a long-term activist encampment. So they want to stay there for a while, right?
So.
They're kind of digging in.
I guess so. No. I don't know. Like I said, and they tried to get me to be peacekeeper over there. They were having issues with the Palestinian flag being brought out there. Oh, this is about the ostriches. We're not bringing this in because you know how, and I said that, you know how, and that was my partake, is that I agreed that he shouldn't have that on there because we know that the news and Global and Rebel were the only ones allowed in there, which is odd to me because we know the news lies and they were actually siding with the farm.
Life doesn't follow a straight line. Neither does your career.
Right.
In fact, Josh Gardner, see ya.
Somebody's, and then I guess some people are getting concerned because they're tuning into the fact that the farm has been involved with a number of like bio research companies. Are you aware of any of that? Hang on.
Sorry, hold on just a sec. You're going to have to ask me again. I just got interrupted. Say that again, please.
So the farm, Universal Ostrich Farm, connected to a number of bio research companies.
Yeah.
So here's Karen's LinkedIn, and she's part of Struthio Bioscience Inc. Is this some of the stuff that people are concerned about out there? This is what they're kind of finally tuning into, is, you know, their Ostrich Pharma Inc.
Because we're under the impression that we're trying to save these birds from dying.
Mm-hmm.
When we just all found out that regardless, they're going to die.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are now working with Ostrich Antibodies and Ostrich Pharma USA.
We were there.
Yeah.
We were there supporting that the government doesn't get to do this. But what we're doing is supporting that the government doesn't get to do it. They still get to do it. And that's where a lot of people are confused.
And I guess regardless, like if they are saved, they would just be put back into service as lab animals.
Right. And be killed, ultimately.
Or just whatever they do with lab animals.
Right. Or they continue their testing and stuff. See, we were under the impression it was just to do with their eggs and their yolk.
Yeah, like I don't know what
the properties that they have.
I don't know what people are expecting after if the cull is stopped and the ostriches stay there. What do you think they're going to do with the ostriches? They're either going to continue to experiment on them and inject them with the COVID stuff, or do whatever research they're going to do, or they're going to cull them themselves and sell them for food. They have to do something with them. It's a farm. They're not pets.
Yep.
Well, you can't sell them for food now.
That's what I
There's
mean.
no
So
way.
I don't even know if they have much value, Rudy.
You can't sell them for food now.
She's saying they're worth $7,500, and the CFIA is off, like they'll cap it at $3,000. So, Queenie, do you know what that adds up to for 400 ostriches? $1.2 million.
No, I don't.
1.2 million.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. But you have to understand is that their revenue is $5 million a year.
Yeah.
You look at that. Look at their stats of what they make a year.
So have you looked up what it would cost?
So
have you looked at what it costs to repopulate with new ostriches?
No, I didn't. I didn't.
I have.
Well, she said that it was $7,500.
Yeah, I don't think that's accurate, frankly.
I mean, to bring them in from
the
Africa.
way they're laying eggs, there, and they're saying that they're worth $46,000 if they help with the immunity. They're like, you got to understand, these aren't just about the ostriches; it's about their eggs too.
Yeah,
this is money coming in left and right.
Yeah. But you know, here's the thing. This is why I also wish Katie would join us on the program. If I were a farmer, these numbers don't add up. Not really, not for me. Not when I look at them. And I've got a little bit of a background in economics. So you've got 400 ostriches. Some of these birds are as old as 35. They've been there for a long time. That means their productive years, the bulk of their productive years are behind them. Okay, especially the older ones. So along comes this bird flu. CFIA says we'll give you 1.2 million approximately for your flock. And they call these birds. They can repopulate. Now, I don't know for sure. It depends on the age of the bird, how much you pay in order to repopulate. But you can, even if it's half that, you can, I went online and I looked. I see you can buy like young birds for as little as $350. And then they can grow to full size within a year. So then, because these birds can live to be anywhere from 40 to 60 years old, okay, you're going to get decades of productivity out of those birds if it's about laying the eggs. So would you not make more sense to just take the money and run? Why haven't they done that? And then the other thing, Queenie, the other question that I have for Katie, if she comes on, is Pat King worked with a legal team to develop this application for what they call a stay, which is another delay in the CULL, in order to file additional paperwork later for an appeal on this to try to get an exemption. And he is saying they want to do this. They're suggesting this be done because this is another step that could be done. He wants to explore every possible avenue before it escalates to a possible confrontation between protesters and the authorities. And yet, they've done this work at no cost, and he's presenting this document to them, and they have not responded, and they have not signed it. They're not using it. And the question is, like, why? And I think there could be a lot of reasons why, but this is raising a question.
Well, I read to you what Elliot said to me, Moose, because me and Moose were out there together. And I read to you what he was saying to me, and he's saying the same thing. We were out there, we gave them the paperwork. Why are they not using it?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean,
I don't know.
There's so many.
I don't know because I'm not in it.
Yeah, there's so many unanswered scenarios going on here. And I phoned, like I said, I phoned Katie before the show and told her to come in and address a lot of this because of the outreach that she put in front of the public. I mean, I can't understand why somebody wouldn't come on the show.
She hasn't returned my call, Rudy. I asked her to call me when they kicked me out for her to tell me.
Yeah.
And she hasn't called me back.
This.
And somebody in the chat.
Yeah, I don't understand this.
Yeah, somebody in the chat is saying that an ostrich egg, and this is true, will sell for about $40 for an ostrich egg. It depends on the size and the grade, and that's about accurate because I looked that up the other day too. $40 is in the general range, but that's for our normal ostrich egg. The reason they say they're getting, or that they're worth as much as 45 or 46,000, I think, is what Karen indicated in that interview that I did with her. The reason they're worth that much money is because they've been injecting the birds with the COVID antigen. That's why. And that induces the antibody response.
The research egg.
Right.
So that's why they're worth that
Not
kind of
the
money.
egg you buy in the store.
Right.
Yeah. No, I don't think you'd want these for breakfast.
If indeed that's even truly accurate, the number, but that's why that number came up. So this is big business. It's also high risk. And I think that's the other issue here. And we've heard from Karen herself indicating that they were, financially, they were struggling. They had remortgaged their homes. Twice.
They're not struggling as financially bad as they might have been. I'm not going to say they are, but right now they are fine.
Yeah, the point is that the ostrich industry, because I've looked at the economics of this, it's not really the best industry to get into if you really want to make a lot of money. You could, it's high, there's high reward because it's high risk. But it's very high risk. They are one of the largest, if not the largest, ostrich farm in all of Canada. They've got a lot riding on this. And heading into the pandemic, they were like a lot of ostrich farms. They have indicated they were struggling. Then you see, well, the pandemic really was a challenge financially for almost everyone, especially farmers. And originally, it looked like it was going to be a financial disaster for them. In reality, the pandemic presented a real business opportunity for them. They were able to pivot to research and went from.
But how did they get into having a research facility? I mean, I don't even know if you call it a facility.
This is the point. If you look at this, as soon as the pandemic hit, governments in Canada, other countries, including Japan, suddenly freed up tons of money for what you want, research. Suddenly there was a lot of research money available for.
Yeah, but I'm saying, how did you? How do you get into call it a research?
This is a key
on an open farm.
This is a key point. It's very important.
Okay.
The people key in on this.
Okay.
So they went from struggling to the pandemic, and it looked like it was going to be a financial disaster. And then they realized if we just pivot and turn this into a research thing, there's a lot of money that can be made. So they work with this guy in Japan, and they start doing this research into what's supposed to be like COVID. And he'd been doing prior research into ostrich antibodies dating as far back as 2017, because I found the references and the websites. And then they just kind of transposed what he was doing for cosmetics and, you know, breaking open ostrich eggs and making face creams and stuff out of that into COVID research with ostrich antibodies. They just morphed that into it. And then suddenly all these grants became available to them for research purposes. You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
And so now
You know
they
what?
connect with that. And now suddenly an egg that, you know, up until 2020 was only worth $40. Suddenly one egg becomes worth how much? $46,000 for one egg.
Jesus Christ.
And then we saw, and there's a document online here indicating that there was a contract worth 13 million through one of the companies they were working with, and I can find you the document.
No, I think it was 12 million.
No, it's 13. I found the document.
It is
earlier.
13?
$13 million.
Oh, okay.
And that
Okay.
contract has not been completed as of today. And in order to complete that contract, it looks like they need these birds.
Okay. Okay.
Are you starting to connect dots?
Well,
you know, it's
yeah,
amazing.
but the thing is,
it's amazing how a government contract or government grants or money of any kind can suddenly create all kinds of incentives for people.
Yeah.
That's my point exactly.
But we come back to the same question, okay? Being that this is an open ground, open facility, and other wildlife can get in and out of there, okay? Why it would have gotten to that extent that they would be allowed to call it even research when it's not an enclosed facility, okay?
That's a whole other ball
all
of
of
wax, right?
research
And that's
I know, but it's all
questions.
supposed to be
You're
enclosed,
getting it now,
right?
Rudy. You're getting it. You're getting it.
Yeah, no. We established that on the last show, okay? That this is an open environment and all this other wildlife can get in there. So who is really responsible here for threatening the food supply? It's certainly starting to pivot to the point of whoever allowed this so-called research to take place in an open environment. I'd like to know who that is. Okay.
Well, that's
because
where
that
they're
is really what's
Well,
bugged
Rudy,
me is
so
that is what's
Queenie, I think
a
maybe you
threat-
have the
a
answer.
threat to the
I
food
think
supply.
Queenie has the answer, frankly.
What?
It
Who's
was them.
Go
They
ahead.
did it themselves.
right?
They're doing it themselves.
Are you getting it,
Somebody
Rudy?
brought up the question that who
Well, I mean, shouldn't that have
Let
fallen under
Queenie
a
answer the
government
question. Let
permit
Queenie
or
answer.
something?
Let
or-
Queenie answer the question.
Yeah, go ahead, Queenie. Okay, go ahead,
Um,
Queenie.
somebody asked, like, where's the research on all this and everything? Who's the PhD over here? I never saw one.
Yeah.
So, who is
Yeah.
responsible, Queenie, for allowing this
Then they're
research
going
to be done? in the-
Japan. The guy that's in Japan working for the WEF.
Right, but who's responsible for the farm? The owners.
The owners, yeah.
And so, I mean, it's their farm, their facility. They're the ones doing, controlling the operation there. Yeah, they're working with this guy in Japan who's connected to the World Economic Forum, but their facility. Rudy's saying, well, who would allow such a thing to an open air biolab to be conducting research like that? Where's the permit? Where is the licensing? Where's the
Where was the
biosecurity?
okay?
And what's the answer, Queenie?
Yeah, because you're threatening other wildlife with that.
Yeah. So who's
Yeah,
responsible?
there were I take them inside the pen with them, other birds and stuff. Because my brother's name was Robin and he passed and there was a robin in there. So you're right. It's an open facility. And even the places where they go to get shelter, there's open area with it. It's just boarded up board.
Right. And so,
Oh
and
God.
are you aware of any kind of permitting, or do you know if they
Nope.
had any licensing for doing any of that?
No, all I was told was that we have to stay off the grass or we get a $250,000 fine.
Right.
This is where we're going. This is the plans we're doing. And to push that the WEF is trying to step in.
Yeah.
That's all I was told.
And so, I mean, this is my question too for Katie, if she comes on, is were they properly licensed to handle genetically engineered pseudo COVID antigen virus for injection into their lab animals, which are these ostriches? Did they have the proper licensing? And were they following proper biosecurity protocols? Now, Karen indicated that they take biosecurity very seriously, but when I looked it up, you know, I have questions about exactly what the procedures were, because it's my understanding that there are pretty strict protocols in place for anybody handling a COVID, a genetically engineered.
Well, that's
COVID
why they came in with
pseudovirus.
hazmat suits.
Right.
Yeah, that's
So, and to my knowledge, no. I didn't know of anybody that was actually qualified.
That's really
besides
the
guy
$1 million
from
question.
Japan.
So again,
Yeah.
I'm not saying they did anything wrong. I'm asking these questions because I think these are very serious questions that have arisen since my interview with Karen and a lot of other information coming to light. I'd like to know. And this is also why, you know, she indicated in the interview that she did with me that CFIA is going to confiscate their COVID or their whatever materials they have from their COVID research. So, and it seems like the CFIA seemed to be surprised that they were doing this research, because she said she told them when they were there that they were doing this. And she said, they said, oh, you have these samples? We'll be taking those as well then, as if they were not aware. So my question is, as I think about it in the rearview mirror, well, were you properly permitted? Were you properly? Were you doing this properly? Who? My God!
Yeah, I know. I mean, when you explained
Wuhan
Rick,
Institute of
when you said
Virology, the
earlier,
Winnipeg lab thing. Now we've
Yeah.
got this facility here.
Yeah.
Is anybody like connecting dots and like, should they have been doing this
Yeah.
at all? Were they allowed to be doing this?
Yeah.
Were they breaking any laws?
when you were
I don't know.
when you were talking earlier of how easy this could be possibly transmitted, and you've got wildlife of all kinds, and I'm sure Queenie can attest to that. You've got all kinds of wildlife that can get in and out of there, no problem. I mean, this boggles my head.
See, if you are doing this kind of research, it's my understanding from the research I've done that you're supposed to have a level 2 biosecurity lab. And that means you don't have your lab animals in the open air. It's secure.
No.
Because you do not want them coming into contact with any wildlife or any other external factors. You need a control group for your research so that there's nothing else that can affect them. Only it's a controlled lab environment where all of the factors are under your control. So you get a proper result from your research. Otherwise, you're going to get contamination. You don't even know what you're going to get from your antibodies.
So the
Now
real
you're getting
question
it.
would be,
craziness.
If the government knew about that? If not, that's why there's a call.
Well, that's part of it, right? But the call is happening because of the bird flu thing, which also we received indications
that's
that
a basic protocol.
they, according to the fine, they failed to report the bird flu outbreak. Well, why would they not report the bird flu outbreak? Why would they maybe not want to report it? Well, you could say it's
because they knew that they would get killed, and this is their livelihood.
Queenie, there might be another reason.
Well, I'm just saying there should be a whole bunch of reasons.
There might be another big reason. What's that, Dragon?
The contract you referred to earlier that they would have lost, that they still have to comply to.
There's another reason. I just, laid it out for you. If if you're, I don't want to accuse them of doing anything, right? But this is a question.
Because they would have been fined because they were doing something illegal.
Oh, maybe a little bit more than fined. Look,
They
man,
would have been shut down. I would think.
we're talking about an open air biolab.
Yeah, but we haven't heard anything of that nature even today. I mean, they haven't. I mean, it's obviously out there in the news.
Who's joining us now?
It's obviously out there in the news now. And why haven't we heard government saying there's a fine in this or something?
Because nobody's been digging into this, Rudy, because the mainstream media that they've been sending out there has been basically local media. They don't have the resources or the time to actually do any, investigative work with regard to this. They've just paid it lip service. They haven't really paid much attention to it. You're getting a little bit.
Who do we else have?
I don't know who's on the line with us now. Who just joined us?
Oh, it's me again. It's Isabel.
Hey.
Hi, Isabel.
Hi, guys.
We missed you.
And I've been listening to this. My question, and it just goes around in my brain like a rat on a wheel. Who gave them the COVID germ, vaccine, whatever, to use on these birds?
It's my research indicates that it probably came from this lab in Quebec that they were working with. Because when the pandemic hit, even though the doctor or professor in Japan developed this, there were restrictions on things being shipped overseas. So because they couldn't get it into the country directly from him, it indicates if this is accurate. And again, this is a question for Katie or Karen. But it looks like they were getting it from this lab in Quebec, which later was sold and their contract ended with them. And then they just pivoted and were working then later directly with the doctor over in Japan. So that's where.
Wouldn't you have to have some kind of scientific credentials?
Yeah.
To receive this?
That's part of the other $1 million
like
question.
You're giving this to who? A bird raiser?
Yeah.
I mean, she has no qualifications.
Yeah, there's a lot of unanswered questions here.
I mean, that's really deadly.
Yeah.
You dropped something
there's
like
a lot of
that, like I said
unanswered
before.
questions here that, yeah.
Oh my God. Now I know why Queenie left. My God. Oh, okay. It was just a quick call, but I'm still listening to you guys.
Hang on a second. I'm gonna look that up there, Isabel. Just hang on. I'm just seeing what I can find out because I'm looking at an article here. So it looks like in order to be working with that material, you need a combination of academic credentials, professional experience, and compliance within regulatory frameworks. So you need, it appears, and again, this I'm not a lawyer. You need a master's or PhD in a relevant field, such as microbiology, virology, immunology, epidemiology, biostatistics, biomedical informatics, or related biomedical science. Now, maybe they were able to get around that because they were getting it, or they were endorsed by, or maybe receiving instructions from this guy at this university in Japan. But obviously, he's in Japan. They're in Canada. I don't know if that applies. Seems like
they probably really had a backdoor document.
You need also at least 5 years of experience in health research. Maybe they qualify. Can't say for sure. You need familiarity with laboratory techniques such as antigen-based testing,
but they didn't even have a lab.
Analysis, peptide pool assays. You need knowledge of biosecurity protocols for handling potentially infectious materials, even though antigens are supposed to be non-infectious viral proteins, they do still carry some risk of infection. They're not entirely safe. So this is one of the reasons why, because they're supposed to be
What a
neutralized or
nightmare.
rendered inert, but sometimes the process, which I believe involves heating them, doesn't always completely take hold. So this is a risk.
Excuse me for a minute. I'll be right back.
Yep.
I'll be right back. Carry on. I'll hear you.
So they probably had somebody who was really, really good at forging some documents.
Oh, I don't know about that. I can't say. Again, we have to be very careful what we say here. I don't want to get out over my
I know.
skis. These are questions. I'm not saying they've done anything wrong.
Yes.
And if she would come on the program, she can answer all of this. But I don't know. I'm just finding what the
But I think-
regulations are, and this is what it appears is actually required. And I know that their farm does not meet level 2 lab requirements. So
No.
this doesn't make sense to me. Maybe she can explain it.
No. And I think, like I said in the chat, when they lost their revenue during the COVID, they were scrambling for another way to make money.
Yeah. Yeah.
And okay, they came up with the egg and the vaccine idea. But that's not flying now because the government has caught up. The government wants to cull them now because of the bird flu.
Yeah.
So we have to do another thing. So what are we going to do? We're going to appeal to the public's heartstrings and be poor us, because that's an awful lot of money to raise.
Yeah, you need a BSL-2 certificate in order to be to operate with and use that kind of material. As far as I can see, that's what would normally be required, and this raises more questions for me.
And I would think the government, or maybe not the government, but the authorities are going to look into that. I mean, somebody has to look into that.
Yeah, it's quite possible. And that's, I think, why they indicated the CFIA that they would be taking their samples and their other research materials with them.
Yeah.
So that she said they're going to confiscate the stuff.
Well, I would hope so. I mean, and were these like in a lockdown situation where they couldn't be tampered with?
And if you have the proper credentials, if you have the proper licenses and certificates and the proper qualifications, then why would they confiscate the material from you?
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
You would legally be entitled to, retain possession of those items, that property. But if you don't have the proper credentials, then maybe they want to seize them.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I feel bad for the people that have been duped again. And I really feel bad for Queenie. Queenie went there with an open heart and was basically kicked in the face.
Were you aware of any of this that I just shared with you, Queenie?
Yeah, no, I'm just listening because, like I said, I was so new into it when I ran out there because it was my heart that dragged me out there. And I'm learning with you guys. I'm just letting you know what I was told when I got there.
I know they've been marking out their neighbor, right, who has been concerned and upset and protesting against the protest, the person living next to them. I don't know who that person is, but I've heard references made to them, and they've been kind of mocking that person. But I ask you this. Would you want to live next door to that farm, knowing what you know now? Can you not? I can understand why that neighbor might have some concerns about living next to an open air biolab.
And another thing, can I bring something else to your attention?
Yeah,
sure. Go ahead.
Another thing that was brought up was this is a really close knit community. Okay, and like they have one little store town that they have, and you go grocery shopping and stuff. Otherwise, you got to drive an hour.
Yeah.
There was speculation and there were questions that arised about this Sarah that was supposedly killed, this one ostrich that was shot in the head. Was there ever any pictures or anything shown about this? Because even the townspeople that are very close knit were bringing up that questions about why would somebody just out of the blue just come in and take one shot at one animal and leave them there when they're that close knit.
Yeah.
That's a good question too.
Habeas corpus. Show me the body.
Yeah, no, they never did. They never took any pictures of that or anything.
Right. And the
That's a good
the
question.
townspeople I talked to were asking that question to me.
That's a good question.
And you would think if they're that conscious of their pet, that they would have
Where's the head of
publicized
the
that,
actress?
right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
where's the head
I
of
don't
the actress?
understand. And
Sarah has become a very effective martyr.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did Sarah look like? Where's Sarah? Did they have a funeral for
I don't
Sarah?
know.
Did any?
Makes you wonder,
All I
right?
know, yeah, all I know is that they keep bringing that story up. But the townspeople I talked to, that was a major question they wanted to know.
Mm-hmm. And you think if they bring it up, they would have some proof, right?
Well, that's
And
that's what they're saying.
Did the
And I don't know, because I don't know if there was proof.
did the CFIA or whatever they were out to take the remains of that bird?
I think.
Well, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It was
here, Rudy, is that nobody seems to be able to find any remains of any bird.
Okay.
Are you getting it?
So that's a big question.
Yeah.
Well, that's why they're
proof. A lot
pushing
of
that
accusation.
399. There's not 400. There's 399 birds. You see what I'm saying there? And like, I don't know what the deal is. All I'm saying is that just hit me now, that the people that I talked to that were from the area, they want to know what happened to this Sarah, because that seemed odd to them.
Yeah, well, they do have tags on the birds, and that provides inventory control. So maybe they could, maybe they could do a little inventory and show us which one was Sarah. But while they're working on that, it's certainly getting people upset to the point where they're saying things like this.
Well, what's the negative thing about killing the birds? Like, what is the thing with culling that is not good?
Culling an unhealthy animal is horrible. If you have a sick animal and it's absolutely necessary that you can't save it and it must be culled, that's one thing. But to cull healthy animals, that's murder.
Murder.
And you know what? There was a guy a few years ago. What was his name? Oh yeah, his name was Hitler. He thought the same thing. Let's just kill a whole bunch of people. That'll solve the problem. How did that turn out for him, CFIA? Look in the mirror.
How does Hitler come into this?
That's the thing, Rudy. It's like this emotional
Here we go again.
element really kind of radicalizes people, doesn't it? Now suddenly the veterinarians that are coming out there to euthanize the ostriches, now they're the equivalent of Hitler. They're murdering birds, which
and they're Nazis, right?
I don't know. There's a KFC down the road, and I don't know if are the people in there frying the chicken guilty of just.
Did you see it? Did you just off the topic?
Genocide? What?
But they were doing that. They were doing that for food before.
Yeah, just off the topic.
Yeah.
Did you ever see that guy that dresses up like a chicken, and he goes into the KFC and he's acting like a chicken, and he's walk, he's like surprised to seeing all these chickens being eaten and all this kind of stuff, and he's portraying himself as a chicken. I mean, this kind of comes to play in here. Okay. I mean, like, holy moly, we're all guilty of eating chickens here. Okay. And this guy's just, his little protest is, you guys shouldn't be eating chickens. Look at me, I'm a chicken. Good Christ.
The larger point here is, nobody really wants to see the birds die. No, nobody does. But
I know.
Let's keep it in perspective. Like human beings,
Rick or Rudy, I've got a question for you.
Well, can I
go ahead.
Can I just finish? Brian, if I may,
with some of the dead ostriches, have you had access to an autopsy report on them?
No.
If I may finish my
point, were their lungs filled
Brian,
with liquid?
Brian, can you hear me?
No. Go ahead, Rick.
I can hear you.
I was just kind of midstream in what I was trying to share. If I may.
Okay.
It's that woman referring to people as Hitler. This is important because what what this language they're using, murdering the birds, personifying the birds, trying to turn them into people. They're humanizing the birds while at the same time dehumanizing the CFIA officials, the veterinarians, the police. This is preparing people psychologically for the standoff. And people need to be aware of this, because if you convince these people, as that woman is already convinced, that these people are the equivalent of Hitler. And we also saw the comment from one of our viewers that I showed the other night, and saying that these people should not be, are not allowed to be called human. That was another comment from a couple of nights ago, because this other person, I won't mention her name again, but this is dangerous, because when you're of that mindset and the police show up or the CFIA show up and you have this standoff, people have this in their heads that they're protecting people, that these are Nazis coming to perform a murderous, heinous act.
Engagement. Yeah.
Okay. They're dehumanizing the people who are coming to do their jobs, not because they're murdering the birds, they're euthanizing them. There's a big difference. And you have to keep it in mind, Rudy. I mean, you said, well, these are ostriches, right? Yeah, they're ostriches. And and until 2020, they were sending them to the slaughterhouse. So were they murdering them then? And they were perfectly healthy then. This woman also stated, and I've heard this over and over again, that it's a crime to murder innocent, healthy birds. It's only the healthy birds that get sent to the slaughterhouse. You don't send, COVID
sick animals
or bird flu infected chickens to the slaughterhouse, or ostriches. You send the healthy ones so that we can eat them.
Yeah, this was the persona that they put out to everybody, including Queenie. That's why Queenie took action to go down there. This was a persona put out by the family to do what we did. Okay, now that we look back on this and we look at all the research and the material that is on the table now. I mean, this is a big kind of a problem here, because to begin with, they should never have been able to do this open air facility in any way to begin with, because of the threat level to wildlife. Okay.
And
So
people, to us.
Now we're going down a whole nother road.
And just one last thing, and then we're going to throw it to Brian. These people, Queenie, these crazy freaking people are sitting there saying that it's the government and the CFIA and the government overreach that's putting our food supply at risk. No, it isn't. It's them. It's those people,
it was them.
Because they don't want any action taken. They just want nothing done. They want to let the disease run its course. And by doing that, they're leaving us all exposed. They are risking further infection of wildlife, which can be then taken to all places within a 300-mile stretch up and down the West Coast and that migratory route to local farms, even though they're quite a distance away. It can spread. They're putting our food, so they're the ones putting our food supply at risk, because they're trying to detooth, defang, neuter the CFIA, rip their authority from them and of the government, leaving our government and the government agency specifically responsible for protecting us against these viruses from being able to act at all, leaving them defenseless and unable to act in a timely manner. Because if these birds are not culled, it sets a legal precedent, which then can be used by any farm, anytime, at any point in the future, to then challenge the CFIA's authority to come in and take definitive, quick action to prevent the spread of this bird flu disease and other diseases, all other diseases. It prevents them from taking immediate action, which puts us all at risk. It threatens our poultry industry because delayed action means it increases the threat, the possibility of spread. You need to act quickly. The longer you delay, the more possibility there is of the infection spreading. This is dragged, and then they say it's government overreach. In this case, no, it's not. These people at the farm have been given due process and then some. This has been delayed now for 5 months? When normally the CFIA would sweep in, pay the farmer, in this case, $1.2 million to replace their flock, cull them, sanitize the facility, repopulate with new stock, move on. That's not what's happened here. This has turned into a 5-month delay. The birds are still in an open air facility, 69 birds dead, confirmed outbreak. It's been turned into a circus out there, a literal circus with Mr. Bubbles and Colin Big Bear, cocaine dealer, went to jail in Norway for trafficking drugs.
Who was that?
Colin Big Bear.
Oh.
Who's supposed to be leading the party, and it has been a party, as Queenie has shown us tonight, right? A big drink fest called Ostrich Fest. They're not taking this seriously. They're the ones putting our damn food supply at risk. They're the ones putting our health at risk. They're the ones who are risking another pandemic because this can spread to people. And while they're saying the stamping out measures don't work, they do work because the virus has been present for years. And while they don't have a cure yet, the stamping out process has ensured that the spread of the disease has not gotten to the point where it has destroyed our poultry industry, where it has shut down exports of Canadian poultry to other countries, which can happen if it spreads too far. Because if it gets to be too prominent in the country, other countries will say, you've got too much of that over there. We're not taking your chickens as export, as a product import to our country anymore because there's too much of a risk of it coming here in your exported chicken and your turkeys and your ostriches. And they're putting all the other chickens and all the other ostriches in the whole country and even the world at risk because they want to just allow it to spread. Just let it go. Just let it get to herd immunity.
Yeah. I'm running out of time here.
Well, I'm sorry, but
no, I get your point. You got a good point.
These people have lost their freaking minds.
Yeah, you got a good point, Rick. I'm running out of time. So
you want to wrap up there, Rudy?
Yeah, I want to thank Queenie and all our guests for coming in and sharing your thoughts and your opinions and putting the cards on the table. Rick, my hat's off to you. You did it again.
Well, just before you go, Rudy, I'd like to say something. What he's saying is what the narrative will be on their part if Katie was going to come here. Because what he just did is how she's going to play it out to us, because that's what I got played out on their behalf.
I'm sorry.
Well, she had her opportunity.
So it just seems odd.
I'm sorry. What do you?
But anyway,
what my narrative is their narrative?
Well, no, I'll just let Rudy finish because he has to go there, and then I'll discuss
go
that
ahead,
further.
I'll take a few minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm just saying that say that you ended up having Katie on the show here.
Yeah.
What you just played out for us is exactly how it was played out to me on what their narrative is. They're going to tell you that you're wrong. They're trying to wreck the food chain.
Right.
That it's that. You know how you just played it out for us?
Yeah.
Just now, it was perfect. But they're going to do their side of it, and that's exactly what she's going to come in here and say. And it's almost like it's repetitive.
Like she can come on here and take the opposite.
No, I know. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying. I'm just giving you the forefront that this is what you're going to hear from her because this is how it was played out to me.
Okay. Well, she was given ample opportunity to come on and state her case, and I gave her that opportunity.
I know you did, Rudy.
I tried my best to get it all so that everybody could understand exactly where we're at.
We just want the truth.
And
We're not attacking people. We want the
exactly,
truth.
exactly,
And
exactly.
unlike
And
other
people,
and you know
people are getting played.
unlike other
Yeah.
channels where we're not here to promote. I'm a journalist, and I'm also just not here to say, okay, you say what you're going to say and then you say what you're going to say. I will provide context, and that's what I'm doing here
Yeah.
tonight. And
That's
some
what
things
you
are
did.
just very
Yeah.
logical and truthful.
Yeah.
And
That's what you did, Rick.
and when public health is
So-
concerned, when people are at risk, when lives are on the line,
Mm-hmm.
when our economy is on the line, I'm going to speak plainly. And
Well, the
that's what I've
cards
done.
had to come out on the table, and I think that's what we accomplished. And by her not coming out and stating her side of the story, that says a lot too, right? So
Yeah. And my
anyway,
heart goes out.
I want to thank all of you for coming out and being a part of the show and getting all these facts out, because the public needs to hear this, and that's what we're all about here.
Yeah.
So again, thanks, Rick, for promoting the show or doing the show.
Mhm.
And Queenie, I really want to thank you for coming on. That took guts. So my hat's off to you. And thank you again.
And thank
And
you,
to the rest of the
Rudy. Thank
panelists,
you,
thanks
Rudy.
for joining in and putting in your input.
Have a good night, Rudy.
Thank you
Have a good
again,
one, sir.
guys.
Yeah, you
You
were the guy
betcha.
who kind of kicked this whole thing off. That's what I wanted to make sure we brought you back here tonight, because you were directly involved from the beginning. And thank you for having an open mind and
Oh,
looking
definitely.
at
I
all
always
of
have
the
an open
evidence
mind.
and the facts. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
You have to, in my position, you have to have an open mind because you deal with so many topics. So again, I think we cleared the stage with a lot of dust off the dust off the stage, and I think we did our due diligence in establishing what is really what, and I think that's where my hat's off to everybody.
Thank you, sir.
So again, thanks for joining, and I gotta go because I'm gonna be in darkness here pretty soon, and I won't be able to see where the hell I'm going.
Well, we'll continue here for a little longer, and thank you, sir.
Okay, I'll be here in the rest of the show. Thanks again, guys.
Look forward to the next time.
Good night.
Good
How do I
night.
get out of here anyway? How do I get out of here?
Just close your
Oh,
window.
I got it. I figured it out. Okay.
Go
I
on,
was
get out of
trapped.
here, you crazy guy.
Okay, good night, guys. Good night, guys.
Night.
So further
Good night.
comments on that, Queenie, or what are your thoughts?
No, I just wanted to say that when you were talking, that it was just resonating with me, because it's exactly it's so weird, because it was almost word for word how you were saying it as to how it was approached and put into me, but on their side, and how it made me feel, and why I backed up the situation before I did my true research.
Yeah.
So,
And I get the
certainly
other
is an
perspective,
eye-opener.
but I think it's completely upside down world. Isabel?
Yeah, it's totally. I mean, and yes, and we brought it to the light, and I'm so glad that Queenie came on. I'm sorry for what happened to her. I mean, they ripped her heart out there to get her there, and then jump on somebody like that. Like that took a lot of guts, Queenie. For you to come on.
I don't care. I don't have no pride. If I need to say something, I'll fucking say it. And everybody should know me about that. And I think that's why they pushed me out, because they didn't want me to see, because I'm not stupid. Okay. I'm not stupid. And they know that. And I would pick up and start putting 2 and 2 together. And that was a risk to them.
Yep. Yeah. You really stung them. That's not what they were expecting. And yes, I mean, this whole thing has been a real schlamaz, and they pulled the wool over people's eyes. And with all this money they've raised, even when the birds are culled, they're still going to get money for these birds.
Yep.
Their land will be cleared. They can restart, but they're pulling on the heartstring. Oh my God, we're going to have nothing. There's a lot of people out here who've got nothing. I'm sorry, but
but the thing is, they're not going to have nothing. They're going to have 1.2 million plus money
exactly.
donated on top, and this
Plus what they get from the government, right?
Yeah, but you know, there's something else going on here, and I don't. And I wish Katie had come on because I don't know what exactly that something else is. That's where we're
You're
starting to
right,
dig into
and that's where I'm
speculation.
stuck.
I don't want to go there. I think I know,
Yeah,
but I
That's
don't
where
want to go
I'm
there.
stuck.
Yeah, this seems to me like the underhanded stuff that went on in Ottawa. I get a weird feeling.
That's what I said. And to even have the audacity to start bringing out bouncy castles and shit. You know what? If you would have brought one and not glorified it, that would have been different.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying there, girl?
Yeah, I hear that. Yeah, and this is mind-boggling that they could do this to people. You know, it's really
And they're
mind-boggling.
starting to tell you that all these big donations are being donated, but they won't tell you who they are. The fuck is that?
Yeah.
We want transparency here.
But they don't want to give transparency.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm giving you the tools to connect the dots so that you can decide. I'm not telling you you have to believe me. But what I'm saying is what I've seen. And if you connect the dots, I hope, are intelligent enough to understand that.
Oh, I have been watching
that you can understand.
I've been watching some of the videos and I hear the undertone that's coming through. And I'm thinking, why would you say something like that? And it said just on the side, like, don't bring a knife to a gunfight. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. And then they start making statements, you know, like these people that are coming are not human. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm not somebody you're going to brainwash here. And these little tidbits that I hear coming through, no, I'm not following that group. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No. And it's the same fucking people. Why do you think when I did my Save the Children, the group that we had formed was nobody anybody knew? Because we didn't want that stigma.
Yeah.
We needed people to get trusting us again, that we were doing the right thing. And now we've got this bullshit going on with the same fucking people.
Yep. Oh, yeah. You see the same faces that I've seen before in Ottawa. I'm thinking, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Well, you guys get around. Like, you guys have no job.
The
Like,
same
what?
people that have infiltrated basically the convoy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. When I was really hoping because they played a good one on me. Like Katie was loving on me. She couldn't get enough of me. And, you know, playing that little card with me, my heart and everything. And then when I left there, I knew, I was like, we'll see how this plays out. They knew I had to deal with something family. And so I left. And then right away, they getting people to call me. They made a count. What is this, a fucking game show?
Yeah.
You're voted off the island? Okay. And then I found out about that Kyle guy that...
So do we lose you?
Oh, I think we lost her.
Are you still there?
Truth seekers.
Oh, there you are. Yeah, she's
Did I
cutting
cut out?
Yeah, you cut out there for a moment.
Cut out.
For about the last 60 seconds.
Sorry, I'm here.
That's okay.
I was trying to say that it was weird because when I left, when they called me and said they made a council, and I'm like, a council? What the frick is this? Is this like some kind of government or something? And the council I wasn't on when it was about me? And then it's like, what is this? Some kind of game show that you get voted off the island? Like, this is, no. And then that's when I was like, hey, I got to sit down and think about how I'm going to approach this now. Because now it's all clear to me.
I'm going to show you something else that's going to raise your eyebrows and make you think about what people have been told out there, Queenie. So here's a document from the court documents, okay? So down here, this is a quote from the judge, from approximately 2020 onward, the applicant shifted its primary commercial focus, this being the farm, to extracting and studying antibodies, notably immunoglobulin Y from the ostrich eggs. For the applicant, these antibodies have lucrative commercial and research values, especially in the development of diagnostics or therapeutics relevant to human viruses such as COVID-19 causing virus SARS-CoV-2. To advance this antibody-based venture, the applicant has collaborated with both domestic and international partners, including scientific researchers and private sector entities. That's a bunch of these pharma companies and cosmetics companies. Despite this strategic shift, some level of ostrich sales, along with sales or planned sales of products derived from ostrich fat and eggshells, continued through to at least December 2024. This means that some of those birds, if this is true, and this is from the judge, okay, this means that some of those birds were still being killed, sent to the slaughterhouse, so that they could be used for the ostrich fat. Ostrich fat. Okay. By early December 2024, the farm reportedly housed about 450 ostriches, including older breeding stock and newly introduced birds. Now, this part here, okay, this is going to blow your mind. The applicant has developed what it considers a uniquely large strain of ostriches through selective breeding since the 1990s. The ostriches are allegedly selected for body size and favorable genetic traits, with surplus birds not meeting these standards being discarded or culled. Some ostriches currently on the farm trace back to early imports from Africa and remain part of the breeding stock. I mean, who's playing Hitler with regard to the birds? If you're culling birds based on genetic traits, you're not big enough, you're not strong enough, you're off to the concentration camp with you, ostrich. And
wow.
The Aryan race
Rick,
of the
those are
ostriches.
their pets. Remember, that's their pet.
Yeah.
Right. I didn't even do that with my dog. She was the runt of the litter and couldn't walk for 3 weeks. I didn't say, oh, I didn't want her.
Now, with the further, this is about the financial strain they were under, okay? So this is these quotes come directly from the judge's ruling. And so there's a reference here to, I guess this must be Karen. Anyway, it says, as with Dave, I have devoted my life to ostriches and in particular to UOF, or Universal Ostrich Farm. If the Universal Ostrich Farm ostrich herd is culled, we will not be able to recover, and this will have an irreversible financial impact on me. They were in financial stress. That's why they remortgaged their house in order to finance this. Then the pandemic came along. They need this research stuff to go through so they can fulfill these contracts, I think, in order to get back on their feet. And so whatever is going on in the background with their finances, this is one of the driving things. But, as you can see, which I've referenced before, the selective breeding, this little baby, he doesn't meet the standard, off to the grinder for you. So I'm sorry.
You don't say that, Rick, please.
I'm sorry.
This
is reality.
though, and I don't want to think about the babies,
I
right?
know, I know.
I fell in love with them.
Sure. I get it. But
see, they were so quick. They were so quick to kill them when they were using them for food, right?
But hey, you know what? If this is stressful for you, or if it's having any kind of negative impact on you psychologically, then you should just not listen to me. because Jim Kerr says you shouldn't listen to anybody that's having any kind of a negative psychological effect on you, because unity is important. So but get both sides of the story, but don't listen to anybody telling you anything negative.
Yeah, well, you know, if we all looked at how we eat our food, I don't necessarily go to the abattoir or the butcher, but I do like my meat. You know,
I noticed they were frying up buffalo burgers at Ostrich Fest.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, no.
Just
this is something else. It was okay for them to use it as food, but as soon as that went downhill with the pandemic, they had to switch gears. So they've switched gears and gone this way. Now, well, we don't want to. What happens when you have too many?
Yeah.
What happens? Are they not calling the eggs? They are calling the eggs, right? Because they have to use the egg.
This is so disingenuous. It's such a, but hey, the link has been there all night, and they haven't come on.
Not going to call.
And I've also heard Jim Kerr saying, if you have any questions, just call the farm. If you have any questions, go straight to the source. We're happy to answer any questions. Well, Rudy called, spoke to Katie. She's had the opportunity to come on here. I have had questions, and we still don't have any answers directly from them tonight. Although I thank Karen for coming on the other night, and this is what it's all about. I mean, I will respectfully ask questions. I will provide the platform to get all sides of a story. And if I'm wrong, or if you can convince me with a strong argument otherwise, then I'm open to that too, because that's what this is all about. That's what it takes to get to the truth.
Why are we the ones that were there? Why are we wrong?
Yes. Yes. Why are you wrong, Queenie? Because
I don't know.
you were too close to the truth. You were questioning.
Well, I don't know, and it bothers me because I cared about. I go with my feelings a lot, and I was crying there when I was talking to people and shit, and I'm pissed. I'm fucking pissed. Sorry, my language.
No, but that's what they expected. They expected your emotion, and they fed off your emotion. But as soon as something clicked within you, oh, now we don't want you no more because we can't brainwash you. So you got to go.
And look, I've dealt with the CFIA myself, covering stories in the past. I know what they're about, and they are extremely powerful. I get it, right? And sometimes they do things that even I would say, you know, like, I don't think they ought to be doing that, but they have done it. But, you know, and it would be a lot more fun for me to sit here and just criticize the government tonight and say negative things and get people upset and say the evil government this and the evil government that, and they're trying to kill us with, you know, they're trying to destroy the food supply and eliminate humanity by, you know, starve us to death. No, that's not what I'm about. I'm about reality, dealing with things on a real level, because too much is at stake here tonight. We're talking about real food security. We're talking about our poultry industry. We're talking about other farmers. We're talking about a possible pandemic. If this virus spreads too far, transmission to humans, people's lives are at stake and livelihoods. And I will not participate in this false, fake narrative. I'm not in
that neighbor that's near her that they're complaining about, does she have livestock?
I have no idea, Isabel. I don't know. I've just seen them talking about this person, her.
Oh yeah.
And, you know, they've mocked her. They've kind of demonized her. And I don't know anything about her. I've heard them referring to her. I don't know how to get in touch with her. I don't know anything about her. I just know that she's been
I wouldn't even want
counter-protest.
I wouldn't even want to live within a mile of that place right now if I was a neighbor.
I wouldn't want to live there with the circus going on either, frankly.
No.
You know?
I mean, I'd be very fearful.
You know, the band's playing, the noise and everything, if you live in right next door. I mean, Parliament Hill, that was one thing. You're right at the seat of government. And, to some degree, you have to put up with protests there. That just comes with the location, and it's an appropriate place to protest. But out in the middle of nowhere on a farm, and you're living right next door, it's supposed to be serene and quiet. And then suddenly the circus shows up and they're partying 24/7 for weeks on end, maybe all summer. I don't know if I'd appreciate it either.
I would not.
Right? What happened to my quiet, serene wilderness home?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So,
we're going to have a pandemic at the farm.
So anyway, let's go around the clock here and get some final thoughts, and we'll wrap up for the night. And we'll leave Queenie for last since she's a returning guest.
Okay, I'll go first.
Okay.
It's been very informative. I'm never at a loss for information when I catch up with you every night. I mean, this has been awesome. I've had questions, and my questions are answered. And I do want to say that I'm sorry that Queenie was put through that. Nobody deserves that. None of us do, and we've all been duped.
Yeah, Dragon, your turn.
Well, Dragon's word for tonight, trio thing. First thing off, thanks, Queenie, because actually I did ask you on the chat to, try to be here and give us your, what was going on, and what was your point in that. So, yeah, that's the idea, and I'm thanking you to... so I could understand and learn about it. The second thing, well, there's two things. First of all, it's going to be a busy thing. The consequential of all that is going to be that protest is going probably soon to be not part of our freedom anymore because of probably those kind of protests, if it's becoming basically a standoff. So, that's not a good thing. And the second thing, well, the other guys at the farms, without knowing, working for the WEF. And, sorry, guys, but open your minds and your eyes, because basically you're working with some guys that did just turn you by the balls or the emotion, a little bit like Queenie. And you know what, guys, keep your emotion in check, because this is how you get involved in the bad things. So, guys, have a good one.
Queenie, thanks for coming back. I appreciate you coming on the program tonight and giving us more information so we can really kind of get to the core of the matter here. I'll throw it over to you for a final thought tonight.
I don't know what to think, because it's really hard that people reach out to me and tell me, well, this is what's going on, these people work with these people, but then my culture reaches out to me and says we have to bring the people together. And then you find out that they're snakes again. Like, my head is spinning right now with everything. And I just wish everybody would do their research and like I said before, you don't have to believe what I'm saying, but I'm giving you the tools to run with what I have and I know. Knowledge is not to be kept, it's to be shared. Wisdom is what you know. And that's one of my teachings I was taught, was that you don't keep knowledge to yourself. And if I know something, I'm going to come out with it. If it's going to be smelly, I'm going to spray some air freshener, like it's just really sad that, that you find out these things when you truly believe in something and they just kick you in the head. And this is what my life has been like. And so I really hope everybody, really opens their eyes and just does their own research, and you make your own path. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right. Well, stay grounded, stay focused on facts, use empirical evidence, use reason and rational thinking. Don't rely on emotions and knee-jerk reactions to get you to places that might get you into trouble. Our quest for truth will continue tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern. On the flip side, thank you, everybody. Love you. See you tomorrow.
I heard old Cosmo howling last night up on the hill where the moon shines so bright. He was singing a tune, lonesome dogs cry about freedom, running and touching the sky. If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? Cosmo's free, running wild, wild as a wind can be. He's a free dog, he's a free dog, he's a free dog. Cosmo's got them paws that just itch to roam. He's chasing his dreams, he's far from home. With a heart full of love and a spirit so free, he's living his life wild and carefree. If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? Cosmo's free, running wild, wild as a wind can be. He's a free dog, he's a free dog, he's a free dog. He's got the stars in his eyes, the wind in his fur, a tail that wags like it's never heard of a blur. Cosmo's on a journey, he's got no chains. He's running through fields, breaking all the lanes. Now the night's getting cold and the sky's turning gray, but Cosmo's still out there, he's miles away. He's not looking back, he's got his path to tread. With every step, he's leaving his path. If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? Cosmo's free, running wild, wild as a wind can be. He's a free dog, he's a free dog, he's a free dog. So if you're feeling lost, just think of Cosmo's run. Remember his spirit, his freedom, his fun. And maybe one day, when you're feeling alone, you'll find your own freedom and let your spirit go. If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? Cosmo's free, running wild, wild as a wind can be. He's a free dog, he's a free dog, he's a free dog. In his eyes, the wind in his fur, a tail that wags like it's never heard of a bird. A heart full of love and a spirit so free. He's living his life wild and carefree. He's got the stars in his eyes, the wind in his fur, a tail that wags like it's never heard a bird. Cosmo's on a journey, he's got no chains. He's running through fields, breaking all the lanes.
This has been a Maverick Multimedia production.